Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 3 of the Sustainability Summit 2021. It truly is a privilege and an honor to have you back again with us. If you've been with us from day 1, no man, you quite a awesome participant. I hope you've had the opportunity to visit our virtual exhibition, to also communicate or rather engage with our exhibitors, so that you stand a chance to win. And of course, today is the day we are announcing the people that are going to be walking away. I'm thinking now, not literally, but figuratively on your screen with prizes. So our team will be in contact with you. We've had power-packed conversations, as one of our great speakers who did a keynote address said yesterday. Fasten your seatbelt. It's about to get real tricky. So yesterday, if you joined us, you knew that we spoke about sustainable infrastructure development in the context of construction and design. We also spoke about food security. What does that look like? As by 2050, we have been told that we won't have enough food for the current population. And we also spoke about developing a sustainable strategy for the ocean economy. So if you didn't join us, you did miss out. However, we have this on record. So you have the opportunity to check on YouTube and to also look at our, online stream, live in view, and so forth on our website. Without wasting any more time, today, concluding our day, we have a panel discussion. We've got 3, and we'll be dealing with water resources, transport and mobility. And lastly, finishing off, we'll be talking about sustainability and the evolving environmental, social, and governance landscape, which is sponsored by CSIR. I hope you're hashtagging SUSWeek21 on all our social media platforms. Continue to visit our virtual exhibition. You still have time and you still stand a chance to win. Without wasting any more time, as previously mentioned, let's kickstart the day with our first panel discussion around sustainable water resource. We know that water is the resource we can least do without, but it's increasingly under threat worldwide. The socio-economic and environmental benefits that will derive from reversing the situation can certainly not be underestimated. With inadequate supplies of notable water, it is impossible to achieve development goals such as eradicating poverty, reducing child mortality, improving maternal health, and combating diseases. Consequently, businesses have a moral obligation to reduce their water use as much as possible. But fortunately, we do have companies that invest in recovering and reusing water through recycling wastewater for cooling and other applications, as this can achieve water and energy savings of 70 to 90% respectively. I'll leave it at that and allow our panel of experts to extend on what we have just presented. Without further ado, let me welcome Mr. David Drew, who's the Sustainability Director at Africa, or rather for Africa, at the Coca-Cola Company. And we know that we're quite obsessed, some of us, with Coca-Cola. So hopefully we'll be leaving with some vouchers from Coke. Then we also have Mr. Chris Baybrook, who's the General Manager and marketing as well, rather in the marketing division at Viola Water Technologies, the division of Africa. We have Mr. Fadal Ndao, who is a senior water and sanitation specialist at the World Bank Group. Welcome, Mr. Fadal, and to all the others as well. We have Mr. Mads Warming, who is a director for Global Vertical Development at the Water and Wastewater segment, and he's also a board member for the Danish Water Cluster. We have Dr. Rembu Magoba, who is a Water Research Center Manager at the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, that is CSIR, who's our lead partner for the Sustainability Summit. Welcome to all of you. Thank you very much. And I then ask Mr. Fadal, maybe you can kickstart us with the conversation by introducing yourself, the organization. Well, of course, in this context, it will be World Bank. And also, how do we develop sustainable water resources? There we go.
Thank you very much. My name is Fadel Ndao. I work for the World Bank, as you said, as the Senior Water and Sanitation Specialist. I'm based here in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, West Africa. And I've been working for the bank for 10 years. I'm from Senegal, and the World Bank. Within the World Bank we have a global practice named Water Global Practice, with over 300 staff working in many countries. And we have currently 26 billion in investment across 150 projects. Our motto in the global water practice is that water should be seen for the 3 Ps. I think we are developing this theory. Water for people, water for the planet, and water for production. I think it is very important that you see these 3 areas: water for all users, water for people, seeking for universal access, water for planet, how we can sustain ecosystems and really alleviate climate change effects on the water sector, and water for production. You talked about water for food and also hydro water. So these are the 3 areas in which we are working within the bank, and we are trying to really in each of our projects try not only to deliver water and drinking water and sanitation services, but we are also, with the dialogue with our client, trying to push for reform for water security and having the big picture of water issues beyond universal access. So with regard to your question on sustainability, I think what is important is really for each project to look at the water resources in the long term, assessing the existing water resources, and trying to see in the future how, according to the demand for all usage of water, how in a country we can ensure water security in the long term by really raising the awareness of actors, of different stakeholders, and creating kind of water platform to discuss about water issues, and also strengthening the capacities of institutions to get the right information. Because in Africa, the important issue is the lack of data on our water resources, mainly on ground resources. Yes. And also, what is important as well is transboundary, because I think in Africa, more than 70% of Africans are living within transboundary countries, transbound basin. So having this view of water basin is very important. So to share the resources and to understand what are the main issues related to the resource, the quality of the resource. I think these are the main issues we are facing in many countries. So I will stop there, and I give you the floor back, and I'm really happy to participate in this seminar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ndao, and we look forward to engaging further on some of the comments that you have mentioned there. Can I then have Mr. Chris Baybrook, please?
Good morning, Tabang, and rest of the panelists. So my name is Chris Baybrook. I'm General Manager at Veolia. I've been here for 20 years. My background is engineering, but as we all know, we always move sideways, upwards, downwards, all these ways. But anyway, in terms of my group, Veolia, so Veolia is the largest environmental group in the world. Over 160,000 employees over the world. They've been operational for more than 160 years. So you can imagine that is a long time. And in terms of South Africa, we are about 700 employees. We have offices in Johannesburg, Durban, Cape Town. We have branches in Namibia and Botswana. What our purpose is to assist clients in terms of resourcing water projects, and then also looking at how we can valorize the impact of water in terms of waste and all of those type of things. We have over 350 registered technologies, so for us, we don't have to force something into a specific usage that doesn't fit that mold. For us, it's really important to talk about the circular economy. I think in terms of what you were saying, if we look at maybe three aspects, what is really important to us as Veolia in our country, now I'm going to talk about SADC mostly. So for us, especially in South Africa, I think in the municipal sphere, it is important to look at what's happening with water. I think everyone has seen some of the statistics in terms of the people having access to continuous quality potable water, and then sanitary services. So this is a huge issue in our country, and it will not be resolved in a day or two. But it's one of the discussion points of today, I'm sure, is how can we improve what we are doing. And on that, I will then hook up with what Fadel was saying in terms of the triple Ps. It's something which we have to look at. Yes, it has to be qualified. It doesn't work everywhere, but we must look at that. I think the one thing we talk about, but not enough is done, is non-revenue water. To throw away nearly 40% of our resources is it's seriously bad news. So companies like ourselves, we would love to build plants every day, but it's not about that. It's about let's go for the low-hanging fruit, and those would be non-revenue water, those type of things. I'm sure it will be an important discussion point later on. In terms of the industrial sector, we have people like David here, and you'll find out from Coca-Cola. So I'm not sure people out there know that how responsible the large corporates have been over the last decades. So they are pushing the limits, and we as technology vendors, we work with companies such as themselves to assist them in achieving their goals. Their everyday purpose is to manufacture their goods. Ours is to assist them in terms of optimizing, and it's always the ratios of liter water per use per liter of product. I'm sure David will expand on that. And then the last thing would be for me is what people see as a waste. This could be any biomass from a municipal sewage treatment works. It could be waste products from the food and beverage industry. And in this already, we have got nice references where we valorize these waste streams, and they could be very valuable in terms of the whole circular economy, which I opened up with. And I think people should just be more aware of that, and we should take ownership of those type of technologies that are there to assist in terms of, I think the big word for us in Africa is water security. So I'll end there and we'll take up the discussion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baybrook. We have Mr. Drew, David Drew.
Good morning, Thabang. Good morning, everyone. My name is David Drew. I'm the Sustainability Director for Coca-Cola Africa. So for my sins, I look after all the sustainability initiatives from a technical side, from Cape to Cairo and from Djibouti to Cape Verde, I think is probably the best way to describe it. So 56 countries and territories across Africa. And as you can imagine, in a continent like Africa, water is an incredibly, sort of high focus area. I think it's everyone who lives here knows Africa is in many areas water stressed, not everywhere. A colleague from Senegal and Cote d'Ivoire are blessed with more rain than most of us. But if you just look at the map, sort of outside of the sort of central West African area, you just go a little bit north or a little bit south, you really get into water stressed areas. So we have an enormous proportion of our continent that is water stressed. And as a business that operates across almost all countries and all territories, water stress and water access is critical both for our business and for the people that we sell to. and for our employees. So you can imagine that we kind of see water as one of our key sustainability pillars, along with our World Without Waste program, which focuses on packaging. As you can imagine, that's also a big focus, and our carbon footprint reduction. But water is something that has been integral to our business from the very beginning. And so, yeah, I look forward to understanding a bit more about what everyone else says. And as Viola, as Chris has already said, Viola is well versed in our requirements.
Hey, thank you there, Mr. Drew. Can we have Mr. Warming, Mats?
Yes, and thank you for inviting me. I'm from Danfoss, and I'm a global head of our water and wastewater activities. And Danfoss is a group with around about 30,000 people and 6 billion in turnover, and is also placed with a sales subsidiary in Africa. So we are deeply involved. What we do in the water and wastewater field is that we are the largest supplier of Bioforce speed drive. And what is that? That's basically electronic units which are able to regulate the speed on motors and pumps and what I know. What the benefit of this is, of course, that you can adjust without building big things. You can on existing facilities, you can adjust them and control them better. And I think that's a key, that it's not always a question about rebuilding everything, or finding the money for that would be difficult, but more in that it proves that it's offering amazing results, going in and making controllability. And if I think back on what Fadel was mentioning, I couldn't agree more, that there's a need for looking at it from a river basin point of view, also look holistic at the whole water cycle, figuring out what is there in fact available of water. And there's some technology which maybe is interesting. If there's a lot of groundwater, there's in fact technology where you with a helicopter now are able to cover a major area, and figuring out how much water do you in fact have available. So that's a precondition as I see it. When you have that picture, then the next thing is to look in your toolbox and look into the industrial side. I think Coca-Cola was just touching on that. The same we know from breweries, we know from a lot of other industrial sites. We can also take it from Danfoss' own manufacturing. We have been able to cut our energy use with our water use with 80%. And I have seen figures from Carlsberg, and I have seen figures from a lot of others where they are talking about 50, 60% or even more. So I think certainly there's a lot to do there. Then we all know farming or food production is a key area. And again, what we see coming especially out of US, by the way, California and so on, is very advanced control of irrigation systems. So it's not a question about that we should not be able to produce food. It's a question about using the water which are available in a more sensible way. And I think there's great things to achieve there. Again, we have seen figures up 50%. And then back to, I think, what was mentioned from Chris and Veolia was that if you look into cities, then it's not unnormal, or in fact, the global figure is that around about 30% of the water is leaking out, and I just heard a figure of 40%. Now, the big issue with that is usually that people have the point of view, then we need to replace all the pipes, which is not the case. You can, by pressure management, that means that by splitting your network into pressure zones, it has been proven from, I think, 112 different cases in 10 different countries, that in average, they achieved a 40% reduction in leakage without replacing any pipes. And I think that's worthwhile having in mind that it's not everything about finding billion and billion and billion of dollars to build everything new or to do other things. You can in fact do a lot by using, some is calling it digitalization. Back in times we call it automatization. It doesn't matter, but by being a little bit more clever in the way, by having more sensors, better control of your facility. And I think I will stop with these words. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wome. Quite engaging points there. We're going to be asking tough questions, but they deserve answers because water insecurity, as earlier mentioned, is a serious global threat. And if we have to buy oxygen with COVID, imagine with water. Can we have Dr. Rembo, please?
Good morning, colleagues and the panel members. I'm Rembo Magoba, a water center manager for the CSIR, as Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. My research interest includes various water resource management, water and wastewater quality monitoring, and also environmental flows or impact assessment. As part of CSIR, our mandates or our forecasts include ensuring that South Africa or the continent in general have got a reliable, efficient, and a functional water and wastewater services delivery in the interest of economic development. Of course, this can only be achieved through the development and the refinement of smart water use and smart water infrastructure technology for public and the private sector, as we cannot only focus on the public service, but we also need to consider the private sector. Also, we understand the challenges that are driving the problems that are affecting water and sanitation, which include the poor planning and accountability in terms of the existing water resources. Also, we look at the lack of sound infrastructure operations and maintenance, which is affecting the functional of most of the wastewater treatment works within the municipal level. At CSIR, our strategic objectives includes the development of software tools that will improve water resource resilience, thus ensuring availability of water with good quality against the backdrop of climate change impact. And of course, there are so many other stresses. And we also have an objective that look at improving our water management systems through the contribution towards policy review, which is critical in overall water resource management. And also developing the tools and techniques that will assist in terms of reducing the cost of service delivery so that we can assist both the private and the public in reducing the budget associated with the water services provision. Of course, we promote equitable and also smart water use in that regard. We also focus on the issue of water testing, because you can have as much water as you can, but if the water quality is not good enough, that water is still not suitable for water services in the community. The development of fit-for-purpose technology for the development and the optimization of smart and robust water and wastewater infrastructure with improved operations and maintenance is something that is very key to water center, so that we are able to ensure that the wastewater infrastructure, which is mostly dysfunctional in most of the municipalities, it's brought back to its former state where we are able to service the country with dignity. CSIR, working with other water bodies and the government, will have to come together and ensure that the state of water and wastewater infrastructure throughout the country and the continent at large, it's improved to a point where it elevates the pressures that is being faced by our current water resources, which is mostly the surface water. So as a result, CSIR packaged the solutions that will address the issue of dwindling water resources in the country, of which we package them in 3 areas. We have got smart water use, which focuses on the provision of knowledge, innovation, and skills in order to improve water supply and demand management throughout the country. And by that, we focus on water resource planning. Secondly, we have got smart water infrastructure solutions, which focus on the development of comprehensive water infrastructure life cycles. We look at the design and the operations and maintenance or performance management of the water and wastewater infrastructure, with a specific focus on the raw water reticulations, drinking water, and also the wastewater reticulation networks, to make sure that we have got a sound infrastructure to support the service delivery in the public and also in the private sector. Lastly, we consider the need of smart off-grid water and wastewater treatment to also target those areas that are in the isolated areas, looking at rural communities where you don't have a dedicated water and sanitation system. We need to have a sound, decentralized water and wastewater treatment facilities targeting those areas where Department of Water and Sanitation in most of the countries are failing to extend their distribution networks. So by having such a decentralized system in those areas, we are able to support service delivery in those areas. So I will stop there and allow the discussion to proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lembe. Thank you. You also provided us good premises for us to launch our discussion. Let me perhaps in this 30 minutes, or rather 33 minutes that we have left, go back to Mr. Fadel. How can we better develop water supply and sanitation services in rural areas?
Thank you. I think with regard to access in Africa, we have many challenges. The first one is low rate of access throughout the country. You have, when you compare with other continents, you have in Africa, you have 67% of the people, of the population having basic access to water. And for sanitation, only 1/3 of the population has access to adequate sanitation.
Right.
And this is due to rapid urbanization. In Africa right now, you have 50% of the population living in the urban area. And in these areas, you have 60% of the population living in settlements that are not really adequate. And so in rural areas, you have, when you compare now between the rural and urban areas, you have a big divide. Because many of our rural population are relying on hand pumps that are not well maintained. In many countries, 40% of these hand pumps are not functioning. And there is not a good organization around the management of the hand pumps. They rely on community management in many countries, and as the spare parts are not provided adequately, and many of these hand pumps are not working. If you take the example of Angola, for example, you have a big divide between urban and rural. You have 63% of the population in urban areas having access, but in rural areas, you have only 23%. So this is a big issue in Africa, how we can address this divide and close the gap in rural area, between rural and urban. And also you have a gap in the pricing, you know, because sometimes the unit cost of water is higher in rural areas than in urban areas due to the fact that the villages are scattered and the unit cost is higher to provide water in rural areas. So this is the main issue we will be facing to meet the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goal in water, because a lot of effort have been done in urban areas to strengthen utilities. As our colleague says, there are some progress on reducing non-revenue water. But in the World Bank, we have one of our managers, and I think also Mars talked about it. Let's fix the institutions that fix the pipe and not fixing the pipe. But I think we have a big issues with regard to strengthening the institutions, the utilities, organizing the governance of the sector, and having the right institution to really provide sustainable services to the population. Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much. Maybe Chris, you can come in there. How do we digitalize water and sanitation services, particularly in Africa? I think belonging to the technological space, what interventions can you, provide to then aid, or what could aid Africa technologically? How do we digitalize water and sanitation services so that it's seamless, it's cost effective, and it's easy?
Okay, so in terms of the digital age, I think we have also learned a lot during this COVID period, right, where people, even operators, didn't have full access to plants and all the challenges associated with that. So I would feel there's been a growth in terms of the demand for digital tools. What can they do for us? Yeah. In Veolia, we have deployed tools both for ourselves, where we operate large plants all over the world, because that has always been our core business. But in terms of new plants or a customer's plant, municipal plants, in terms of digital tools, what they can do, we were just talking about non-revenue water. So remember, non-revenue water is broken up into leakages in pipes and non-revenue collection in terms of water being consumed. So if you apply digital tools in municipalities, these tools can achieve a number of things. And I think that will be the first one we're looking at. It can monitor. I mean, if we have any measurement kind of equipment and we can get a signal, then you can put up a digital platform for it. So with that type of basis in the background, we can then monitor in terms of what your incoming water is, what is going out in terms of treated water. You can then collate all of that in terms of your revenue collections and so on. So that is not happening and so on. But that is what digital can do for you. So it is there not to take away work from people, but to make their lives much easier and to take out the human aspect where we could make errors and so on. In terms of further benefits of the digital tool, remember, if we, again, as I say, have outputs from any plant, whether it's a potable or wastewater plant and so on, a tool like that can manage all of the parameters much better than human beings running around with hand measurement tools and things like that. So if you implement this, you have a seamless data gathering, which can then go to any device, cell phones, all of that. You can sit at your home and be monitoring a plant, exactly what is going on there. And what this tool then does, you must remember, we talk about words such as compliance, uptime of a plant, efficiency of a plant, sustainability, convenience. And if I expand on that, just looking at Dr. Rimbo was talking about water quality. You know, it's fine if we supply people with water, but it has to be of consistent quality. In terms of what digital tools can do is we can monitor and track the performance of a plant and check the quality of the water. If at all there's any dispute, you know, you can go retrieve that data. Look at what we've had in Hammanskraal and all these places. You know, he says, they, everyone. So you can eliminate all of those things because you have a scientific approach in terms of managing this valuable resource of ours. In terms of the tool, you go further, you build in KPIs into the tool. You know, if, say, it is a private company operating a plant, you put the accountability on them in terms of a performance contract that they have. And the way they protect themselves is by installing these digital tools to ensure that, you know, you can pull off data at any stage to look at any of the plants. We talk about plant optimization. That's also, if we can optimize our plants, and remember, we go back to the challenge, what Fadel was saying, that in our country, urbanization has led to all our potable plants and our wastewater plants being overrun. Hydraulically, they're totally challenged. So we do not have the money to add on into this infrastructure. The first thing we can do, as we said, is the low-hanging fruit. Yes, let's go to non-revenue water. Secondly, let's optimize what we have. The digital tool, you can also build in training programs. You can bring back the original operating manuals or conditions of such a plant, and you can upskill the operators, because one thing we haven't discussed is we also have a situation where we do not have the required skill sets for our operational people. So we need to up that. And this can all be incorporated into the digital tool. And, I can speak 2 hours about it, but I'm not going to do that. All I'm going to summarize, Tabang, is that if you apply digital, once again, it collates and it collects data all the time, and it takes away the human aspect in terms of making mistakes. We still need people to physically operate the plant, but why not integrate science with what we are doing? In that way already, without huge investment, the return is much better. Remember how much new jobs we can create if we can optimize our plants. If we had to go in statistics in what state they are, it is tremendous, and again, it will require lots of money. So yes, it will be a combination of investing in people, certainly in some infrastructure upgrading, but then also applying digital smart tools. And these are based in the cloud. You do not go into the municipality or the client's IT system at all. It is freestanding alone, a modem, that's what you need, and we need output from the equipment. And on that basis, you can build in many, many benefits into the digital tool. Thanks.
Thank you very much Chris. Mr. Warming, maybe you can come in here. How can we use and reuse local water supply in a sustainable and efficient manner? And I mean, let's take into consideration, predominant industries that use a lot of water, your construction sector, your manufacturing sector, and so forth. How could we then, I think this could be concomitant to what Chris has just mentioned about using technology as a way to sustain water supply.
Yeah, but I can only agree with what Chris was saying here, and think also that, or we at least are talking a lot about digitalization in practice.
Yeah.
And the reason I raised that is that sometimes it gets a little bit maybe too advanced when we talk digitalization and IA and what do I know. What I see around the globe is in fact that digitalization in practice for me is very much down to the earth. Some sensors, which rightly Chris just mentioned here, which measure what is going on. Some people who know how to control the facility, and that you can do with computers. And then some wireless speed drive who can then do the regulation. And that you can apply both on the wastewater, on the drinking water facility, on your network. You can do it on irrigation. You can do it on the industrial side. It's basically the same thing. It's a question about knowing what is going on. And then having, of course, the know-how, as we always mention, others have that, how to process control it. But there's so much low-hanging fruit there from my point of view. That's the one thing. And I think then back to what Fadel also mentioned in the intro, I think really, because that's what we see on the industrial side also, if I should come back to that question, that sometimes it's also a question about really trying to figure out where are we using how much water and why. It seems stupid simple, but it's really the case. I can talk at least for our own. We were using production. We were using a lot of water just for cooling purposes. It was running 24 hours. We are living on a small island. If we kept pumping all the groundwater we would get salt intrusion. Now, that's some years ago, we had to investigate. Now we figured out, quite simple, that we in fact only need the cooling for 20% of the time. But because water was free and nobody had looked at it, it was just pumping 24 hours. That there will be a lot of around. So I think there's a lot of low-hanging fruit just to begin to look at it, and then begin to use, as I said, digitalization in practice. And then on top of that, if you want to, then what Chris says, then you can of course put it into the cloud, and you can supervise it from wherever you want in the world if you want to go to that. But again, I think last year I was also mentioned that case we have in Denmark where they're doing exactly as Chris say, that the facilities are operated by computers. There's only people there 6-7 hours a day, and the computers can do it better. But I really think there's some great low-hanging fruit there. So yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warming. Can we get Mr. Drew, David? I mean, Coca-Cola being in the beverage industry, it's existed for decades. What sustainability, or rather water sustainability initiatives that Coca-Cola has initiated under its corporate strategy or agenda?
Thanks, Tabang. So, yeah, I think a little bit more than decades. It's just over a century. So,
oh, excuse me. Pardon me.
Yeah, we can do that. We can do that all day. Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, I think that yeah, you if you've been around for a long time, you got to look forward a long time as well. You can't act for the short term, and I think that's why, you know, to give you some idea, Coca-Cola, water has obviously been a key part of our business for a long time. And as Chris indicated in the beginning, you know, it really has started with focus within our plants in terms of what we use. And then over the last few years, I think the strategy and the awareness of the extended impact of our business is growing. And I think that's something that businesses are applying to sustainability, you know, more generally. You know, so you don't just look at your carbon footprint, you look at the carbon footprint of your suppliers. You don't look at just, you know, what happens to your packaging, you know, when you use it, you look at what happens to it after your customer has used it. So it's really this kind of sort of, you know, in waste, we talk about extended producer responsibility. And I think in water, what we're really looking at is this extended scope of responsibility to water. But it does start within your plant. And obviously, that's why something like water use ratio has been a focus for a long time. And just to give you some idea, in 2004 in South Africa, it took about 2.7 liters to make a liter. And currently, our two bottlers are achieving 1.6 liters. So that's a significant improvement. And as Matt says, you know, a lot of that was low-hanging fruit. But now we're getting into the difficult stuff. Now we got to be really, really clever. You know, I think 1.6 is really world class. I think a lot of businesses would be very happy with that. As a company across Africa, we're not there yet. We're still closer to between 2 and 2.1. So we've got some work to do in the rest of Africa. But our strategy is really driving to getting everyone down to those kind of low levels. So that's where we start. We start within our businesses, and then we start to look outside of our business. Then we start to look, you know, upstream and downstream. Unfortunately, we don't have a huge downstream impact on water. So as you can imagine, a business like a business is making soap or detergent would also have to look at the impact of their products off, you know, when the consumer uses them, if they're used with water, for example. So for us, it's a largely upstream. And you can imagine that a lot of that is about where we source our ingredients. Obviously, water is our biggest ingredient, but outside of that, it's the fruits and the sugars and things like that go into some of our products. And therefore, there's a big focus now on looking upstream and looking at how our, particularly in agriculture, and making sure that we can support sustainable agriculture to reduce the water use that is supplying the ingredients that go into our products. And so this whole sort of system has been captured under what we call our Replenish program. In 2015, it really kicked off, and that was a sort of corporate initiative to restore and replenish a liter for every liter that we sell. And by 2020, I'm pleased to say that as a global business, we achieved that. And now we're moving into what we call Replenish 2.0, which is our sort of revised strategy that will guide our business towards 2030. And Replenish 2.0 is really taking it to the next level. And it's not something we've developed alone. We've actually spent a lot of time developing it with global water experts. And I think what we're also seeing is this kind of maturing approach to water. And to sort of give you one of the core tenets of it, it's really about, whereas Replenish was kind of looking at, as I like to describe to people within our business, we had one bucket, we had to fill it. And Replenish 2.0 says we don't have one bucket, we've got like 100 buckets. We've got a bucket for every place that we take water, and we have to start to look to replenish much closer to where we use the water. And I think Mads referred to watersheds earlier, and that's also a key tenet of the strategy, is to say we have to look at the watersheds that are supplying each of our plants, and we need to take action within those watersheds. And so that's about, a lot of it's now moving to nature-based solutions, which is about things like removing alien vegetation, water attenuation, aquifer recharge. And that's really going to make sure that the communities and the factories that rely on those watersheds for water supply are going to be sustainable in the long term. They're going to have water in the long term. And so, this is this kind of new balanced approach. Now, obviously, in Africa, we also have a huge focus on community. I think all of the speakers have mentioned the challenges that we have with water in Africa. And so, alongside what we're doing within our business and within our supply chain, we're also looking at the communities in which we operate and sell, and we're looking at helping them improve access to water quality. So it's really about quality and quantity. So where people have no water, or the water quality is challenged. And then again, we work with a lot of partners to bring programs to those in the most need. It can be borehole programs. It can be assisting with the fixing of leaks and reticulation. I think a number of people referred to the water loss and leaks. It's huge. And so for us, in some cases, our most effective water programs are partnering with local water authorities to help them reduce leaks and do two things. One, we save water. Two, we provide more water to the community. So I think, yeah, there's a lot that corporates can do. Coke's not the only one doing projects like this, but as you can imagine, it's something that we have a lot of focus on and are particularly proud about.
Fantastic. Dr. Rembu, maybe you can just come in here, just, extending to what David has just said. How are you partnering with government initiatives to educate citizens about smart water use? I mean, you spoke about, smart water use through resource planning, water resource planning, building smarter infrastructures, performance management, and also smart water treatment. But it also boils down to the communities. How have you guys, as CSIR, partnered with government to ensure that this takes place?
Thank you very much, Thabang. This is a very touching point that you are raising. At CSIR, we work very closely with other government institutions like a DSI, yes, and also Department of Water and Sanitation. Right. Of course, the water boards, which are so many across the countries, we collaborate in multiple projects with them, of which, as part of CSIR, the issue of skills transfer becomes very central to make sure that partnering with the Department of Water and Sanitation, or DSI, we capacitate the younger generations in terms of understanding the technology that is required to support the smart water use and the issue of smart water technology. I think we are living in a world where technology is becoming something that is very fashionable, especially to the youngsters, where it becomes very easier to train them in that area. It has been seen as something that is very difficult to reskill the older, if I can use the word, older generation to come to play a part in terms of embracing the technology in a way that they can advance the service delivery within their areas. So there is a challenge, I must say, in terms of embracing the smart technology that is available now by the existing or older generation versus the younger generation. We are seeing a young crop of younger scientists and engineers coming in with a new innovation in terms of water treatment. My colleagues alluded earlier on the importance of water treatment So we also need to have an online system that will allow us to monitor our water quality online, which is something that has been done manually at the laboratories. We cannot continue with that system. We need to find ways to do this in a way that we are taking advantage of 4IR. But we need the government departments to be at the forefront of such initiatives. So we only provide the support to the relevant government departments that must champion that initiatives which involve the community. So it is an area where we really need to develop currently. We are not that much feasible, and we really think we can do much better with the other departments like DSI, the Department of Water and Sanitation, and the Environmental Affairs as well.
Thank you very much for that. Just last round of questions, because we do have about 10 minutes left, so we just need to wrap up, but I'll just ask the last round. Maybe let's go back to Mr. Fidel. Some of the sentiments that you added around creating sustainable water supply and sanitation services in rural areas. We had a speaker in our previous summit from the embassy in Denmark, and he's the political coordinator, and he said, unfortunately, Africa or South Africa doesn't have an issue of the lack of water supply. They have an issue of water wastage. What do you think of that statement, Mr. Fidel? Are we wasteful of water, or do we truly have a lack of water? And he was also, maybe we can go into issues around the prices of water in Africa, particularly also in South Africa, in our country, it's quite high, higher than Denmark and some of the European countries. We can go into accessibility and availability as well. What are your thoughts on that statement?
Thank you. So I think, yes, these both statements can be validated. I think we have enough resources in Africa. We have surface water enough surface water in Central Africa, for example. But the main issue is how we mobilize this water, surface water and groundwater for different users, I think. And this also raises the issue of the financing of the sector. I think the amount of budget that is dedicated to the development of water infrastructure in Africa is very low. So also the storage rate per inhabitant is very low compared to other countries. So we need really to put more money and more investment in the water infrastructure. So I think this is very important. It is estimated that we need 15 billion US dollar per year to meet the water and sanitation SDG, but we are far from this objective. And in many countries, the government are dedicating less than 1% of the budget to water and sanitation sector. So this is the main issue, how we mobilize enough resources, financial resources to really take profit of the water available. And you raise also the issue of the pricing. The pricing, but I don't think the pricing is sometimes very, very low. And I am surprised that you say that in Europe, water is less expensive than in South Africa. I don't think so, because maybe you are taking a slice of the question, because in Europe, you have water, you have sanitation, everything is, and if you take the two side, and I think it's far more expensive than in Africa. So because in African government don't want to charge the real cost of the water, and you have a lot of subsidies, and it raises the issue really of the financial sustainability of our utilities. And also the people are very poor, and you can't really charge the real cost of water in Africa. But with regard to waste, I think we are no longer talking about waste, but resource. Wastewater is now considered as a resource, because with regard to circular economy, I think it is very important to change the paradigm, to shift the paradigm and use wastewater as a resource. And because in Africa, I think in 2025, 65% of Africans will face water usstress. And while the wastewater, only 10% of the wastewater collected is reused. In Israel, I think 90% of the wastewater is reused for agriculture and even for drinking water, to recharge as aquifers. So I think this is the picture for Africa, how we can embrace the circular economy and try to really change the mindset of people, how we can reuse wastewater to recharge and also water, storm water to recharge our aquifers and really respecting the water cycle. Thank you.
I see you, Mads, you were nodding your head there, then there were other points where you went, what's on your mind?
Yeah, it's in fact on my mind. It's not first time I have heard the issue about low cost of water, and yes. I don't think there's a easy solution to it. But what I think is worthwhile having in mind was that last year we had a talk about saving energy, and as far as I know, energy is quite expensive in South Africa. And what one shouldn't forget is that some of the low-hanging fruit we were talking about, for instance, reducing leakage, or we spoke about irrigation also. I think last year I also mentioned that we had a case in South Africa where they, by introducing simple process control, was saving 55% of their energy. Now, at the same time, they were regulating the use of water a lot better. So maybe the energy tool could be used as something at the same time saving or utilizing the water in a better way without having to raise the price of water. And that was the reason I was nodding and thinking a little bit that there's maybe a link there which could be used.
That's right. That's right. Yep. Chris, maybe you can extend on that point. I mean, one, are we water insecure? And if we are, how do we mitigate these?
Okay, so we've raised some points here, but I think we've only scratched the surface, unfortunately. In terms of, I would like to make a statement. In our group, it's like David, we've been around more than 100 years. So you reach a point where you're a technology vendor, but from there you need to see what is your purpose. And I do believe that companies, governments, everyone, you need to realize that if we sign up agreements in terms of supporting SDGs, we should be applying them into what we're doing. So for instance, I'm getting back to what Matt and these people were saying, if we improve our infrastructure, automatically we are upping the skills level of our people. So that fits into the SDG in terms of skills development. What we are doing, we're creating access to water by improving these facilities and so on. And exactly what we were saying, not enough emphasis is to look at what we consider as a waste stream. In industry, for people like David and them, they endorse that, responsible companies like themselves, but there are many, many others who do not look at getting to a zero discharge status and so on. If we can get people to start thinking more that the driver should be, if we sign up agreements to improve people's lives, water in this sector can play a big role if we apply all of these, as I say, because it's also about the waste in a wastewater plant. Remember, wastewater plant is a grudge purchase for most people. But if we take that wastewater plant and we have digesters, as we said here, we can generate 40% electricity on that plant. We have built plants in China that are 100% off the grid in terms of using biomass to generate electricity. Now, again, if you go measure that against the SDGs, you'll tick off a number of the boxes in terms of what you're achieving, because recently, United Nations, we all saw when they start monitoring just access to water, we are failing. We're not getting close to the goals. So sorry, I've spoken a little bit and we're running out of time, but I'd like to close with that.
Thank you so much. We've got 10 minutes left there. Drew, do you want to come in, David? I see you have
Cool,
agreed.
thanks, Tabang. Yeah, I think the question is, I think, let's be honest, there are areas particularly, and obviously my ambit is to look at the whole of Africa. There are certainly areas in Africa that are truly water stressed and are, let's say, population growth is often population growth is probably, or population movement is one of the greatest challenges. You have people moving to where the water isn't. And
That's
I think that creates this additional sort of requirement for infrastructure. And even in the US, they're talking about how could we move water from the East Coast to the West Coast, because more people have migrated to places like Texas and Nevada and California, and yet the rain is still where it used to be. So within South Africa, I think Cape Town is an example of that, where the population has increased significantly. Obviously, you throw on top of that a drought, and then you have a challenge, which means that water infrastructure and water sort of mitigation and storage. I personally grew up in KwaZulu-Natal, and I mean, I remember as long ago as sort of the 80s, understanding that the river that supplies Durban, which is the Umgeni, is actually one of the smallest rivers in KZN. It is literally, there are three monster rivers, the Umkomaas, the Umzimkhulu, and the Tugela, but none of them supply water to the community, which really is a huge opportunity missed. So I think there's definitely a case for infrastructure and good long-term planning. But then, in the absence of that, or while we wait for that, let's say, what can we do quickly? And that's where we come down to sort of smart use of water, reducing our water use. And that's why that's become such a focus for us as an organization. Chris mentioned it. Ideally, we would like to have plants with zero sort of output at the end of the day. We also got to look for clever partnerships with other industries. We talk about what could another plant do with our wastewater. So if someone needs water, for example, for cooling towers, you could take water that has been used from a beverage factory, been used to clean, has been treated, and then can be used in a cooling tower, as opposed to taking more water from the potable water supply. So I think there's a combination of things. There are truly issues caused by where there's not enough water, but there's a lot of opportunity for us to improve access to get and responsibly use groundwater, and most importantly, to just use water better.
And it's all about value creation. That's exactly what you've mentioned. How do we create value from what we deem as waste? Waste is waste if you think it is wasteful.
I mean, I think the Israeli example is really an inspiration, because what do they say? Necessity breeds invention, and I think Israel is probably one of the best examples of that. Now, if California did that, or if Cape Town did that, or if parts of water-stressed North Africa did that, we would be in a much better position.
Thank you so much there, David. Dr. Rembu, I think, what are your final thoughts around what we've discussed? How can we conscientize water reuse, in your opinion?
Thank you very much, Taba. I think both water scientists and engineers have to seriously establish some potential risks associated with water reuse and effective treatment technology if we are to reduce the current pressure on surface water resources. We really need to support the national water mix. The over-reliance on surface water alone is not going to help the country and the continent at large. So if you look at South Africa, we have got the best legislations in the world, well-crafted infrastructure development plan, and leading water resource technologies and management capability.
That's right.
However, we are lacking good implementers who will ensure that enough water is acceptable, of acceptable quality. It's available for future to sustain both healthy economy high social standards, and also healthy ecosystem. So, so I would say we really need a strong collaboration between the organization institutions to consolidate our efforts if we are to succeed in providing a good service delivery in the country. We cannot go on working in isolation if we are to win this battle. Thank you, Taban.
Thank you so much to all of you. I truly appreciate your time. You know, you're so right, Chris. We only touched the surface. There is so much. You know, next time I think we need to have a pre-recorded session, 30 minutes per person, if not an hour per person, and see how we can spread it throughout the conference, because there is so much that you have offered. And truly, thank you for your time and what you have already given us. I think we'll then, you know, we'll just form the next step, you know, to our next discussion. So we appreciate your time and all the best for your future endeavors in your organizations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Thank you. Ciao, ciao. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the Sustainable Water Resource Seminar, and truly thought-provoking questions around how do we digitalize water supply and sanitation services, but most importantly, how do we conscientize society around water reuse and being smart. It's all about being smart for the future of our kids and generations that are to come. We are now going to be going into the Sustainability, Transport and Mobility Seminar in partnership with Sunrail right after this. Stay tuned.
To illustrate the thermal benefits of an insulated double-leaf cavity wall, we will take a sectional view through the wall of this typical house. The insulated double-leaf cavity wall is made up of 3 layers: 2 clay brick leaves separated by a thin cavity and a thermal insulation barrier. The insulation barrier can be made up of a number of materials, including expanded polystyrene or polyurethane. The passage of heat through the brick wall begins in the early hours of the day, when the sun first starts to shine. The permeation of heat into the wall is a slow process of about 25 millimeters per hour. It takes several hours for the sun's heat to fully penetrate the outer leaf of bricks, and only begins to reach the inner leaf by midday. The insulation barrier then limits the total heat transfer to the inner leaf. The heat flows through the inner leaf as the afternoon continues, but at a much lower rate, thanks to the insulated cavity separating the leaves, and results in a far more moderate internal temperature during the hottest part of the day. As the sun sets outside, temperatures drop and the heat flow slowly begins to reverse as the thermal energy is drawn out of the bricks by the cold of the night. The draw of internal heat is thankfully limited due to the insulation barrier. By the early hours of the morning, outside temperatures reach their lowest and all the heat is completely drained from the outer leaf of bricks. However, the inner leaf, thanks to the insulation barrier, retains its stored heat, achieving a far more moderate internal temperature during the coldest part of the night. The insulation barrier moderates this internal heat loss. Let's run through that again. On a typical day where the outside surface temperature drops to about 10 degrees early in the morning, might reach as high as 30 degrees by midday or early afternoon, while in normal uninsulated systems, the interior surface temperature will drop as low as 16 degrees. But thanks to the insulation.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are now tuned in to Sustainability Summit 2021. I hope you have been hashtagging SAS Week 21 on all our social media platforms. Without wasting any more time, we did enjoy, or rather, I hope you enjoyed the Sustainable Water Research and Resource Seminar. Now, joining us to facilitate this incredible panel of experts, and she's an incredible expert herself in her industry, we have Ms. Edem Folly, Program Manager at Uyilo E-Mobility Program, and she'll be facilitating the Sustainable Transport and Mobility Seminar in partnership with Sunrail. Over to you, Edem, and welcome.
Thank you very much for that lovely introduction. Welcome everyone to this Sunrail Sustainable Transport Mobility Seminar. We have an excellent lineup of speakers for today's session who will be tackling some of the critical challenges and issues facing the transport sector today. But before we begin, I think it would be nice if we ask each of the speakers to introduce themselves to the audience in one line. Tell us who you are and what you do. We will first start off with Sachin from Sunrail.
Hi, Edem. Thank you so much. My name is Sachin Rajkumar, and I am a project engineer at Sunrail.
I'm Karel Stein. I'm an energy consultant, private energy consultant, focusing on industry and mining industry mostly. Transportation being one of the areas in which I focus. Thank you.
I'll jump in. Peter Newman, I'm from Perth, where I'm a professor of sustainability at Curtin University, and I'm also involved in the IPCC on transport.
Great. Hi, everyone. I'm Chris Cost, Africa Program Director at the Institute for Transportation Development Policy, ITDP. I'm based here in Nairobi.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to jump in here. My name is Walter Adeo. I'm the Chief Executive and the digital leader for an organization called Cadino Growth Partners. And essentially the work that we do, and perhaps why I'm on this panel, is that we drive innovation, digital and venturing initiatives to essentially get businesses to a level of resilience and relevance for the digital economy within which we operate.
Great, thank you. I just want to make 100% sure that all the speakers have introduced themselves before we proceed. Great, I think they have. So thank you so much. We really are all experts from various fields. So I'm really looking forward to hearing what all of you have to say today. Just to set the scene for this session, today, transport is really helping individuals access health, access jobs, access their ability to get to work, but it's causing a lot of traffic congestion, and it's predicted that there will be a 50% annual increase in passenger traffic and a 70% increase in global freight volumes from today until 2030, and 2030 is in less than 10 years' time. And over 1 billion additional cars are predicted to be on our road by 2050. And most of us are living on the African continent today, and 60% of our population in Africa will be living in cities. This will all impact road transport, and road transport in South Africa, for example, accounts for 91% of direct transmissions across the transport sector, primarily from the combustion of petrol and diesel. And since traffic congestion is also a major cause of these emissions and air pollution, it's really something to think about and something that we would need to tackle in the very near future and the lead up to 2030. So on that note, I will hand over to Sashin, who will give us some insights into SANRAL and their initiatives around encouraging the decarbonization of transport in South Africa. I will hand over to you, Sashin, and you can also share your screen.
Thanks, Adam. I'm just trying to share my screen. It's saying host disabled participants share screening. So if I can just get some technical help there.
We got that green arrow down the bottom.
Yeah.
Who's the host? The host needs to allow screen share.
That's Cape Media. Whoever's behind Cape Media can make the adjustment, perhaps.
Guys, can you confirm if you're going to get?
It's going to be sorted out shortly. Everyone will do the right stuff.
But in the meantime, I'll just give you a quick background of SANRAL. So yeah, the statistics that you are painting is the reality of the future, and we really need to be aware if we aren't, because these pose the real challenges that we need to address. And I think we need to pause and ask ourselves, in everything we're doing, can we still continue with the status quo, or do we need to come up with more innovative solutions to the problems we're trying to solve, and whether the problems we are solving in what we are doing is really solving the real problems or just symptoms of problems, especially around mobility. I see I can share my screen now, so I'll get onto that. Can you guys see my screen?
Nope.
Not as yet.
Not yet.
Okay, screen 2. There we go. Awesome.
Now we've got it.
Okay, cool. So SANRAL is the South African National Roads Authority, and we are in charge of about 22,000 kilometers of national roads infrastructure. Now, sustainability has always been a key part of what SANRAL does. In terms of the circular economy, we have always promoted the reuse, recycling, and reduction of waste. And we've come a long way over the years in terms of our construction and design projects, in terms of concrete and asphalt recycling. But what we're going to focus on the discussion here is this new and emerging concept of sustainable mobility and how that relates to two of our core objectives. Number one being ensuring the sufficient capacity on our road network, and number two being ensuring that our road network is well maintained. So I'll put together a graph just to try and explain how we meet capacity. So at the bottom on the x-axis is the number of years, and it shows time, so you see the years there, and then on the y-axis, the number of vehicles on the road. Now, the demand of capacity on the road is primarily driven by passenger vehicles, because I think there's more than 90 or 95% of the population of traffic is made up of passenger vehicles, and the other 5 or 10% is heavy vehicles. So what we note is that initially when a road is built, and say for example we have a 2-lane road with up to 2,000 vehicle capacity, there's initially a slow growth of vehicles until there's urbanization and development and opportunities for mobility. It then grows until a point where it reaches capacity, just because the road cannot handle any more vehicles. So we try to figure out at what point there needs to be a capacity upgrade, and we try to build a road or increase the capacity in that time. So here, the road was built in 1990, and about 2008, it needs an upgrade. What does this actually look like? So we built the road in 1990. It has free flow capacity, and then by 2008, we've got traffic congestion occurring. So what do we think we need to do? We need to increase the capacity. We add more lanes as a road infrastructure provider. We increase the capacity, and we're back to free flow capacity. But over time, what happens again is that we get to the point of traffic congestion, and the 4 lanes is no longer sufficient to meet that demand. Going back to the graph, we see the same trend follows, although it happens a bit more quicker because we're already in an urbanized area, and we reach the capacity of the 4 lanes much sooner. And then we ask the question, when do we need to upgrade those 4 lanes? But is that the right question to ask? Or is the question of upgrading capacity a symptomatic relief of a real problem? And is the real problem perhaps there's just too many cars on the road with a low occupancy, and specifically your private car owners? And if the latter is actually the core problem, what can we do to solve that problem? So here are some ideas that we are talking about at SANRAL in development of our smart mobility strategy. We don't just build roads to enable the growth of more cars, but we also build in micro mobility lanes for pedestrian and cyclists, and also the use of micro mobility vehicles like your electric bikes and your electric scooters. We build in first last mile infrastructure in the form of car parks for people to park their private cars, jump in to high occupancy cars and carpooling, and also have integrated, connected public transport terminals into this infrastructure. These nodes will be strategically connected to the micromobility lanes, of course. And another strategic objective would be to have a dedicated passenger rail that is tied to these first last mile nodes. While talking about rail, we should also have a dedicated rail for freight movement, long-term freight movement, to support the transition from road to rail freight movement. Then we know that our roads have the potential to unlock development along the corridor, but it usually occurs in a very uncoordinated manner. So we need to assist municipalities to have better coordination of that development so that we can future-proof mobility along those corridors. In terms of offsetting carbon emissions, why not plant trees along our infrastructure and promote indigenous trees, fruit trees, and especially trees that have a turnaround of a high turnaround of CO2 to oxygen. And then to radically offset those CO2s, promote the tree planting initiatives up to 1 kilometer on either side of the corridor into the urban developments. Promote the use of renewable energy infrastructure along our road network. again, push it alongside our corridors to radically reduce the carbon emissions that we create on our roads. Definitely, the future is electric mobility, electric vehicles, so we should be supporting them. And one of our objectives that we're currently looking at is digitalizing our road, or giving it internet capability and connectivity, which will enhance our efficiency in operations and ultimately reduce emissions in that manner. So how do all these affect change in terms of our infrastructure and sustainability? I think the point being that we can't continue this increase in capacity because it's just not sustainable for two reasons. The costs are just too high, and there's usually not enough space to increase the capacity. But if we have that dedicated passenger rail, and if we promote high occupancy vehicle usage, and if we have micro mobility lanes, then we will continue to push down the high vehicle usage on our cars by allowing people other forms of mobility. And what that looks like here is that we will need to then only increase the capacity of the existing road network at a much longer period, which then increases its sustainability and longevity of that infrastructure. In terms of road maintenance, our other objective, although a smaller portion of the vehicle fleet are the heavy vehicles, they contribute the most to road deterioration. Again, if we can have a rail that supports the freight movements using intermodal technology like road railers and rail runners, we can delay the need for maintenance. Now, delaying the need for infrastructure projects means that we will reduce the time that we use raw materials from the earth to upgrade this infrastructure, again, contributing to environmental sustainability. In terms of CO2 emissions, if we just bowl the roads, we're just going to get increase in CO2 emissions. But if we promote the use of electric vehicles, we reduce it. If we promote the use of renewable energy infrastructure, we reduce it. And tree planting initiatives will further reduce it, all with the goal of ultimately achieving net zero carbon emissions. But yeah, thank you, Idem. These are some of the things that we are talking about at SANRAL. I appreciate any comments or feedback.
Thank you so much, Sachin. That was a very insightful presentation into what the initiatives that SANRAL is working on at the moment. I would like to pick your brain in terms of public transport. At the moment, a lot of South Africans are driving in their own cars, and you touched on promoting high occupancy in vehicles. So how do we shift the consumer or the passenger from moving towards public transport? Because a lot of us at the moment feel that public transport is not safe, and for some people, when they use public transport, they end up spending 40% of their wages on public transport. So, what do you think that can be done in terms of this, and also looking at the congestion in terms of the minibus taxis that we have on the road as well? I'd be very interested to hear your thoughts on that, and I'm sure the audience will be interested in that as well.
Thanks, Adam. That is a brilliant question, and definitely one that we need to address in this country. And I'm reminded of a quote by a mayor of one of the Colombian states, who said that a developed country is not one where the poor can afford cars, but where the rich use public transport. Now, that for me is the vision of creating that public transport that we need for the country. And what he's trying to say is build a public transport that's so good in terms of quality, affordability, reliability, and safety, that even people who can afford their own cars would choose to rather use that public transport. What he does not mean, and which is the other big issue that you mentioned here, is build such a good and expensive public transport that only the rich would use. Because another key aspect and a challenge would be to make sure that it is inclusive and affordable for those who spend a lot of their income on public transport. So there are a number of issues that we have to address in the holistic picture of this. And I believe that we basically have to start by reimagining and redesigning from the ground up what the future of public transport could look like. So we need to balance the high quality and affordability issues. And then I think it's critical to try and then figure out how we're going to incorporate all the existing public transport stakeholders. Definitely in South Africa will be the taxi industry, because they are doing a mobility and sustainable mobility a huge good in that they move a lot of people currently in a single vehicle, so a high occupancy vehicle. And I think also the future of this public transport needs to be connected and reliable and trustworthy in terms of the users who we want to get out of their private cars. Basically, people need to know when they can get onto the public transport and when they will arrive. And I think more important than being fast right now, it needs to be honest. So if I'm going to use public transport and I see on my app that I'm going to get picked up at a certain time, it's going to take me 30 minutes to get there, it must take me 30 minutes to get there, not 32, not 35, nothing longer than that. And even though I have a car that will take me maybe 15 or 20 minutes to get to my destination, I may choose to use the public transport because of the unpredictable traffic congestion problems that we have on our road. So that's what I believe we need to look at as the future of public transport. But also I think, in terms of sustainability, that public transport system should be electric and it needs to be powered by renewable energy. Thanks, Ida.
Thank you so much, Sachin, and very valid points raised indeed. It's really looking at decongesting our roads and also encouraging people to actually use public transport, because buying or getting more cars on the road, even though they're electric, there'll still be congestion. So it's basically a mind shift. That's my take from what the information that you have shared with us thus far. And thank you so much. I am now going to hand over to Carl Snyman, who is an energy expert. Energy consumption in road transport is mainly from passenger cars and not necessarily freight. So we will hear from what Carl has to say in relation to energy efficiency and vehicles. Thank you so much, Carl.
Thank you for the introduction. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen, Carl.
Thank you. Let me just move it out of the way. Right. Thank you for the opportunity to present something. And this is a little bit of an alternative view on transportation, not the typical private and passenger vehicle, electric vehicle approach. But generally speaking, the efficient transport is more important than really looking at electric vehicles. And I've been involved with electric vehicles since the early 1990s with Carl Snyman. And I'm Carl Stein, not Carl Snyman. I know him well, a good friend of mine. But certainly we've been involved since those days on electric vehicles. Most people would prefer electric vehicles. I'm sure I would love to have an electric vehicle. But the problem is, if you look at electric vehicles, the typical passenger and private vehicles, even the small ones are expensive. And you need infrastructure for that. And typically, if you look at the vehicles, you can see it's expensive. Electric vehicles are expensive vehicles. It's not for the run-of-the-mill purchased or consumer or buyer. So typically, this happens. We only sold 92 electric vehicles last year in South Africa. If you consider in a typical year, we sell 500,000 vehicles in a year, which means 92 vehicles is not even 0.02% of the total number of vehicles being sold. So electric vehicle market. And that's after 30 years of working in this market and working on electric vehicles in South Africa. We're still struggling to get them sold. And there's many reasons for that, and there's valid reasons. And something needs to be done in that regards. But looking at an alternative approach, the larger polluters is not usually, and you shouldn't look at the most vehicles on the roads as to are they the biggest polluters. You should look at the highest consumption of energy which emits the most pollutants. And we know that diesel is the amount of fuel that's mostly being used, especially for freight transport, freight and large vehicles. Passenger vehicles, of course, there's some of them that have diesel, but the amount of fuel being used by the freight transporters and other large heavy haulers is much more in comparison to the normal EV market that we're looking at. And this is the fuel graph for last year taken from the MRE. You can see it was an unusual year. The diesel consumption was, actually fuel consumption was more or less half of what it is normally in a normal year. And in this case, you can see even in this situation, the diesel consumption was substantially higher than any other fuel source. So there should be a focus on diesel. And that is rightly so, because it's quite a huge opportunity here. If we look at the technologies then as to which can be used to replace heavy haul trucks like freight and mining and factories. The first one is obviously electric locos, and changing electric locos and typically large trucks and many other types of heavy haul technologies from diesel to electricity is actually quite simple and easy. Often it's just replacing the supply of energy to the motors, because often they have motors installed already. Locos, for instance, has a diesel engine driving a alternator or a generator to generate power to provide to the motors for the wheels. In trucks, often it happens that the diesel engine drives a diesel alternator to drive hydraulics. So it's quite easy to, and it's electric locos has been in existence for many, many years. Conveyor systems, it's a transport system. You can replace, why are we in this country using trucks to transport coal from the mines to the power stations? The world over, the power stations that have been built on or very close to the coal fields, and therefore conveyor systems can and should be used. And in this country, we're not using it. In fact, some of these trucks are driving next to the conveyor systems, the old conveyor systems. There's new technologies as well. This is one, a railway system, which is very efficient and works very well and with huge quantities. Of course, you can get new technologies in this sector as well. And this picture refers to battery electric trucks and many other trackless mining vehicles. And although it looks like a toy, in fact, it's not a toy, it works extremely well. And there's other huge benefits in using those technologies, and I'll get to some of them later. Then there's age-old technologies like aerial ropeways and conveyor systems, which are in use in some places, but not as in many places as it can be and should be. Pipe and tube transport, we can make a lot more use of this. In not all respects it is useful, because sometimes you need water to transport the product, but often you can transport the product itself easily in a pipe. And in South Africa, we're doing that with fuel from Durban to Gauteng. Trolley trucks are being used in open cast mines, and you get these trucks for freight as well on open roads, and it's being used in Europe extensively. We have trolley trucks linking to power directly. And it's exactly the same as with the electric logos I mentioned. Of course, there's other transport methods as well. I've not included many of the others. Logs are one, not really suitable for South Africa because you need lots of water to transport logs. So it's easier to convert heavy-duty transportation, and there's many reasons for this, and let me include a few reasons why. There's lots of older tried and tested technologies that can be used to replace diesel trucks or diesel usage in trucks. It's much larger and quicker. The impacts are much larger and quicker because of the amount of diesel that's being used. And one truck uses a lot more diesel than quite a number of private vehicles. The effort to convert these to electric or other cleaner technologies, and I've not even touched on newer technologies that are being developed like ammonia or hydrogen, is often quite low. It's easy to replace them because it makes business sense. There's large secondary benefits involved in converting these vehicles. For an example, just one example, that truck that I showed you, the battery electric trucks, when you use these under mines in mine shafts, often you need up to 50% less cooling and ventilation in those mines. And using less ventilation and cooling cuts your energy use dramatically in that respect. So you actually have a double saving impact on energy and emissions. Often the capex and opex are tax deductible, which is usually not the case for private vehicles. And businesses are in the business of deducting the costs and expenditures from taxation, so they do get a benefit there. And then there's pressure from international markets for businesses to convert to cleaner fuels. So it's a natural focus area for heavy haulers to look at solutions there. And the same with investors. In South Africa, we already have tax incentives and grants that is available and being used to convert or replace these vehicles. And a lot more can be done to get this done. You don't need a national charging infrastructure when you replace these trucks. Often, and the next line shows, it's easier and you can use green charging with multiple batteries per vehicle to use per truck or less. Which means that you can have depots or specific locations where batteries can be exchanged, and they don't need to wait for that, so there's no time wasting charging batteries. Looking at the graph, and this work has been done, we can see the cost of all the various energy sources compared to each other, and typically you can see that the cleaner solutions is actually quite a lot cheaper to use than the alternatives. And that's it for me. And I must use this opportunity to also market the Southern African Energy Efficiency Convention Federation's conference on the 3rd and 5th of November. You're welcome to join us there as well. Thank you very much for the opportunity. If there's any questions, I'll take those now.
Great. Thank you so much, Carl, for that interesting presentation. What we will do is we will hang on for questions later on in the discussion. We will now move on to Christopher, who is an expert on initiatives that are taking place around the continent in relation to sustainable mobility solutions. So if Christopher can share his screen.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot, Adam, and great to be here with everyone. So I want to focus on the urban mobility part of this equation, because if we really want our cities to drive economic growth and provide opportunities, we really need to change the way that we're thinking about urban mobility. If you look around the region, this is how people travel. We have a lot of trips by foot. We also have people using public transport, and only a small minority using cars. And you can see here in Nairobi, it's 13%. In a city like Mombasa, only 3% using cars. And when you look at the way the infrastructure is being designed, it's favoring that small minority, right? So as Sachin said, this practice of just building wider and wider roads in order to respond to this problem is not leading to a long-term solution, right? So when we build these wide roads, especially in urban areas, they offer really short-term benefits. They simply attract more traffic and fill up. And so you end up back at the same level of congestion, but with more vehicles stuck in traffic. And they're obviously competing with public transport. And so if we have a goal of encouraging the use of sustainable mobility, the more that we build these roads and elevated highways and flyovers, the more that we're going against those efforts to promote green and equitable mobility in our cities. So if we really want to use road space efficiently, we have to carve out dedicated space, especially for public transport and also for pedestrians and cyclists. So you can see here, a lot of cities try to build flyovers or elevated roads. It only leads to very small short-term capacity increase. If we really want to see an order of magnitude increase in the number of people we can carry, not just vehicles, then we need to have dedicated lanes for public transport, and especially in the form of BRT. And an example of a city that's done that is Dar es Salaam, where you can see that this corridor has a wide walkway. It also has the dedicated cycle tracks, and there's dedicated space in the median for the BRT system. And after all that's provided, there are the 2 lanes for mixed traffic. So it's really changing the priorities in the way that the street space is allocated so that we can actually start moving people and not just more cars. But BRT is more than just bus lanes. So it means having this whole system where we have the high quality stations, we have prepayment and off-board fare collection, a dedicated fleet of high quality buses, and also the last mile access. So having good walkways and cycle tracks and good pedestrian crossings so that people can access the stations. Now in Dar es Salaam, the system's been a big success. So it's carried, upwards of 170,000. Pre-COVID, it was even over 200,000 passengers per day on the first phase corridor. And it's been able to cut travel times from 2 hours to 45 minutes in one direction. So you can imagine how that expands the labor market in the city and allows the city to perform more efficiently and give more people access to those opportunities. This was the typical environment where people had to wait for the bus, and the system's able to offer this really high quality station environment. And this is important not only for providing universal access so that the system can be used by anyone, but also to speed up the boarding, because in a public transport system like this, the delays, the 2 sources of delay are at the stations and at the intersections. So we need to address both of them. And by having level boarding, you allow people to get on and off of the buses much faster, and you can process a higher volume of them. Now, a lot of times people think that this type of system needs really wide roads, but you can see how Dar es Salaam was able to transform the city center, where Morogoro Road goes into this very narrow section. And this is what it looked like before, with a lot of parked vehicles and not very nice space for people to walk. And now the city's been able to transform that into this dedicated corridor for buses, pedestrians, and cyclists. And so it's not a question of engineering or geometry. It's really a political question of whether we're willing to prioritize the majority of the commuters by allocating space for public transport. Now, besides all these infrastructure questions, I also wanted to mention the softer side, the business model for public transport, because building a BRT is not just a matter of setting up the dedicated lanes and getting the new fleet, but we also have to make sure that we have a good business model behind it. And that means making that transformation from the net cost contract, the target system that we have now in many of our cities, where our public transport operators' incomes are dependent on the number of people they carry each day. And that leads to the kinds of problems we see, the road safety challenges, in many cases, poor customer service, dilapidated vehicles. And we need to change that to a model where we're incentivizing the right things, right? Where the incentive is no longer how many people you pick up, but things like safety and the fact that you've delivered the service effectively that day. So this means having the fares go to a trust fund and then having the operators paid out of that trust fund by kilometer, so that they're incentivized to provide high quality service. So let's change what we're doing. We're still in too many cases, we're making big investments, just thinking of cities as places for cars. And that's leading to predictable results, more traffic jams, more pollution. So let's change that to thinking about denser cities, and really designing for people instead of cars. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Christopher, for that insightful presentation. Before we move on to our last two speakers, I would just like to touch on a few points that were raised by Carol and Sachin and Christopher, just looking at the African perspective when it comes to mobility. Carol, you had a very interesting take in terms of electrifying heavy-duty transport. Now, when we look at heavy-duty transport, are you referring to just the locomotives, or are you also looking at the electrification of buses and road rail? And how do we all integrate this into the mandate that a lot of governments have at the moment in the adoption of electrical vehicles, and especially passenger electrical vehicles, because there's this drive to increase the uptake of electric vehicles. And then there is the drive to the conversion of heavy duty transport. So how do we merge and marry the two to come to some kind of integrated solution?
Idem, thank you for the question. You're right. I must mention that I did not refer to electrification only. I'm talking about cleaner technologies, cleaner mobility. Hydrogen and ammonia is probably going to be the energies of the future. Electrification is still dirty in many instances compared to those technologies, especially in South Africa for the medium to longer term future. If you look at the other two presenters, we're all almost saying the same thing: less private vehicles on the roads. But we're spending most of our effort and time on private vehicles in this country. We've wasted our time, 30 years we've wasted. And what do we have to show for it? 92 vehicles sold last year. If you look at the work I've done in 1 year, in comparison, it's not, you can't even compare it. I've saved a lot more emissions than your 92 vehicles last year, or all the vehicles that you've sold the last 30 years. What am I saying? Heavy haul vehicles are the focus, or supposed to be the focus of governments. And that's exactly what the presenters just showed us. Buses are a heavy haul vehicle. It's taking more than one person or two persons in a vehicle. Same with railways, same with freight, moving freight in open cast mines, in even deep level mines. We We use different methods, and often it's diesel and petrol and these type of dirty energy sources that we're using to transport people, which is actually wrong. So we should be focusing our energies and our efforts where it makes an impact. We can't afford to waste another 30 years to get a vehicle up and running. There's a lot of efforts there, and I'm not against private electric vehicles. I'm not. I would love to have one. But why do I not have one? Because it's too bloody expensive. Let's be honest and open and frank about it. And then I need to worry about range, if I can get where I want to in one charge. And if I want to charge, I must build in time to charge. And the cost, the way things is going in this country, electricity might be more expensive than diesel if we don't watch out soon, because the levies and everything else needs to be added to that as well. So certainly it's not a simple fit, but we need to look at a longer term integrated strategy as to what can have the shortest, quickest impact, and deal with that first, and then look at the other solutions. And I'm not saying that we should ignore EVs, but certainly we have other areas we should focus on.
Okay, thanks so much for your very interesting take, Carl. Sashin and Christopher, do you have any comments on what Carl has to say? I do know that the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition has brought out a auto green paper for new energy vehicles towards a framework for electrifying vehicles, particularly because they would are aware that the rest of the world is going through or going towards electrification, and they might lose their critical export markets, such as the EU and the USA. So I'll first hand over to Sashin to give your viewpoint, and then Christopher to let us know what is happening in the rest of the continent towards sustainable mobility, and in line with what Carl has said, do you have the same viewpoint or maybe opposite viewpoints? So I'll start off with Sashin.
Thanks, Idam. And thanks, Carol, for your openness and frankness about in the discussion. I think that's the reality of most South Africans. You know, when you ask why don't we have EVs, it's just not affordable for everyone. And you know, you're questioning why does it take so long? What has been done in the last 30 years? Good questions. But I think the thinking wasn't there. But I think the light now is that the thinking is coming in the industry and in the rest of government. Like Ida mentioned now, the Auto Green Paper, be it a bit later than the rest of the world, but I think South Africa and the government is moving in the right direction. We just need to keep on pushing internally from where I am, and also private sector, to see the change that we want. And I also appreciate, you know, the points that you're bringing. It's the world is looking at electrification, but you are saying, hang on, you know, there are other low-hanging fruits and the other things that we can do that will help us achieve net zero much quicker, and it's much more achievable. And we need to incorporate those in our government strategies as well. And in terms of affordability and the manufacture of electric vehicles, these are all things that I'm hoping that the government will start to pursue, because it presents a lot of major challenges for the country if we don't. And from Samuel's point of view, you know, we were before only here to build roads, but now we are expanding our mindset to moving away from just roads for cars to mobility for people, and talking about these things. Like, we've got a 30 billion rand project down in Durban where we are expanding the N3, but we are saying that that's not going to be sustainable after it's expanded. So we need to start putting in other infrastructure now. We're also looking at electrification and dealing with range anxiety, especially on our routes. So we've got a pilot project to put up electric chargers, and also look to work with private sector to help with electrification of vehicles and that sort of infrastructure. Thanks, Ian.
Thanks so much, Sachin. And Christopher, I'd love to get some insights from you on what is happening across the continent in places like Rwanda, Egypt, Uganda, in terms of sustainable mobility and sustainable transport, and maybe touch on some of the issues that Coral and Sachin have addressed, or you can unpack or let us know if you have a different or the same viewpoints.
Sure. Well, I definitely agree on this point that electric vehicles are part of the solution, but they're not sufficient to, to address the climate crisis. And we have to really encourage mode shift as well, and make our streets safe for people to walk and cycle. Which you can't say about many places in Nairobi and many other cities around the region. So that needs to change, and we need to look at I think the focus in many cities is still on encouraging really fast movement for cars, right? So we think of all the urban streets as highways, and we need to convert them to freeways so that we can get as many cars blasting through at high speed. So that has to change. Like, we need to acknowledge that the cars are only used by a minority of residents in most cities, and we have to start addressing the way that most people are traveling. And then I think the other part of it that's especially critical in the South African context is thinking about land use. And I'm sure Peter will speak more about this in his session, but we need to move away from the really sprawling development, and thinking of the only approach to affordable housing production is to have very low density development that's stretching further and further out from job centers. Like, that really has to change. Like, we have to start finding more ways to unlock more compact forms of development. In many cities around the continent, we don't have good street grids. And so that inhibits densification, because there's a lack of clarity on, on where you can develop, because people don't know, okay, maybe tomorrow a new road will be put through and so I'll lose my property. So we have to eliminate that uncertainty by having, proper development of street networks. We have to retrofit where they don't exist. And that way we can make use of the infrastructure in parts of our cities that are serviced, that have water mains and sewer lines and everything. Then we can allow those areas to densify so that we don't continue to see this sprawl that's increasing trip distances, the cost and everything, and making our cities less sustainable.
Great. Thank you so much to Carl and to Sachin and to Christopher. Some very interesting points were raised. We will now hand over to Peter to talk about sustainable development and cities, and how do we get to a net zero. Over to you, Peter.
Okay, thank you. And let me just quickly go through the slides, because there's lots to talk about from all of that. We are rapidly moving towards the need for net zero. It's not just an IPCC agenda now, it is clearly a finance one. If you look at that website, Climate 100 Plus, there's $55 trillion of finance now set aside in the world to achieve net zero, because the next economy is emerging very rapidly. And it is something that emerges after economic decline. This sixth wave of innovation is something that you can trace in history, but the new technologies are emerging. And let me just show you this. The cost of solar is now cheaper than any other form of energy in the history of the world. It has dropped in 10 years, 89%. Onshore wind as well. So we now have a situation where clearly the future is not going to be about gas or nuclear, even solar thermal or coal. Onshore wind and solar photovoltaics are dramatically happening around the world. So what we've got is renewables, and renewables, batteries, and electric vehicles associated with them. Some cynicism about the cost of these. My problem is slightly different. The cost of electric vehicles are coming down so rapidly, like that solar curve. They are going to be very cheap, and they're very cheap to run because solar is so cheap. So we could have a huge problem with cars in our cities because they are so cheap to run and to even to own, because they don't run out like they're easier to maintain than anything. But electric vehicles can be transit and can be micro-mobility, as everyone has said, and we've got to do that. And we've got to integrate them into our cities. So we've got projects now which have shown how to do net zero developments, things that are sharing solar, sharing electric vehicles, and doing it in a smart way so everybody is gaining from it. They are affordable housing projects. And we've shown that you can do it in a number of places, like the South African townships. They are ideal because you've got to have a strong community to make it work. And they are small-scale technologies. The energy and water and waste systems can fit into these structures. You don't knock them down and start with big high-rise. This is the way to do it. And the transport for it can be part of this challenge of electrifying as well. You can have small-scale electric vehicles, of course, but the one that I think is really important to see is this trackless tram. This is a Chinese invention, and in Europe and America, they're starting to see the advantages of this. It's got batteries on the roof, no need for the electric catenary. It's not got steel wheels on steel tracks. It looks like a light rail, but it's not. It is, in fact, a transformed bus. You can fit it into BRTs and so on, but it is following a painted white line. It has its own optical guidance system. These are emerging as the kind of very cheap but very attractive options for cities. And this can carry 6 lanes of traffic in that vehicle. So we've looked at how to do this in various places, and one of them is Bulawayo. It's very clear that it would fit in there, and it can be integrated into how you do solar energy in a transit mall, so it can be helped with financing as well. So the land development opportunities that are created by this sort of technology pay for it. And so that means you put in your solar, and at the depot where these things are, you can have your own solar on the rooftop there. So you're not having to get into the dirty coal-based grid for this. It can run off its own solar-based system in the depot, and at various points along, it can be recharged in 30 seconds. So this is the kind of technology that's emerging, and we've got to start to see that in the next 20 years, that's going to dominate our cities, and we need to prepare for it. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Peter. Looking forward to the discussions which will be coming up next. Our last presentation is going to be from Walter, and then straight after that, we will kick on to further discussions and pick up on the earlier comments and challenges that were raised from the previous speakers.
Thank you, Dem. I'm not going to do a presentation as everyone else did, as I indicated to you, but rather to reflect on some of the points that have been said, and then maybe add a few additional data points that might allow for a robust debate afterwards. Perhaps as a start, as a disclaimer, is that the lens at which I view the world is through trying to apply exponential business models or digital business models to the current constraints and challenges that we have, so that what we do build has got relevance and resilience and longevity in this new economy that we live in. It's interesting to see Peter's slide around the digital economy sort of having peaked, and now we're in this new wave, and I don't disagree with that at all, but we still have to have the models that are resilient into this new environment. Another thing that I did want to highlight is that none of the points that are raised are meant to invalidate any of the previous points. Like I said, rather to augment the debate and drive more questions and answers. So when I looked at this topic, I sort of, I read the future of mobility. In other words, the business of moving things and people from point A to point B. And as we all know, it is, we cannot address every single element in an hour to hour conversation. It is a complex, multidimensional conversation with many different viewpoints, depending on the industry that you're in, the problem that you're trying to solve for, etc. Is your starting point moving people, maintaining infrastructure, developing smart cities, or decarbonizing the economy? Irrespective, I think the important thing to note here is that transportation, infrastructure, and mobility remains the bedrock of any effective economy. Without an effective and sustainable mode of transportation or transportation infrastructure, the best economic plans won't deliver the required results. So if we move beyond the theme of infrastructure and look at the broader theme of mobility, a couple of things, a couple of additional things to consider for the audience. It's about, it's going beyond vehicles only and looking, our traditional definition of vehicles and probably looking at alternative personal mobility solutions, which is now, I see the new term being used. It's moving infrastructure, looking at infrastructure, focusing on roads and cities, and moving beyond the bricks and mortar essentially, and seeing how we make those infrastructures alive in order to receive information and pass back information for us to ensure that the infrastructure can keep us informed, can receive instructions, and can perform to the requirements of economic plans. And Sachin sort of touched on that we've got to go beyond linear thinking when it comes to infrastructure. And we need to think as far better in terms of how we optimize the investments that we make. I think an important point that certainly that I had that Sachin also touched on is that it's not just about building more, but also integrating and densifying, and also going perhaps beyond road and rail as an alternative. I think decarbonization is a critical thing that we have to address as we think of future solutions and plans. And then optimization, I'd put a golden thread through all these topics around optimization. Again, not just looking at optimization on how we move individuals or items, but the full optimization from a pit to port type infrastructure. And again, not only does it increase the lifespan of infrastructure, reduce the cost of operating that infrastructure, but it improves economic performance of the participants in that transportation infrastructure. Interestingly, if I take a slight deviation, is if I reflect on what's taking place around the world at the moment, a starting point that I looked at was, who are the top companies, the most valuable companies in the business of people mobility? And one would expect to find automotive manufacturers in there. However, when you look at the top 5 companies in the business of moving people, only 2 motor manufacturers are now listed there, being Toyota and Volkswagen. The largest company in that space is Tesla, which is certainly posing a serious challenge to the traditional automotive manufacturers. And the other 2 participants in the top 5 are not even car manufacturers. It's Uber, which has had a valuation of over $1 billion last I checked, and Didi, which is I think they're planning to list and have indicated to have a similar valuation. So we touched a lot on people mobility in our previous conversations, and I think certainly people mobility and the selling of cars has also been disrupted from owning the car to using the car, which is quite interesting. The whole debate around ownership changes, which I think creates a threat to some sectors of the mobility industry, but it creates another opportunity for the mobility industry. Some interesting statistics for your audience. The business of mobility, as investigated by one of the large companies in the space, was estimated to be about $5.7 trillion in terms of, and that's made up of 20 trillion people miles transported either in personal or in public transport vehicles across 175 countries. And new transport business models, autonomous business models, autonomous ride-hailing businesses, etc., optimization of logistics, etc., is, depending on who you talk to, ranges from $500 billion business worldwide to beyond $1 trillion business by 2030. So, I mean, it's incredibly interesting, and again, just reinforces the importance of all of this in our economies. from a digital model, exponential model perspective, I always look for 3 dividends that we've got to be looking for and focused on, because the conversation can get quite complicated. And those 3 dividends are, can we unlock new avenues of growth or revenue or income, economic momentum for a country or an economy? So growth, think of it as top line growth. Can we unlock it by these new business models? The next one would be productivity and efficiency. Can we increase the efficiency and effectiveness of our infrastructure and reduce the cost of managing and operating that infrastructure? And then can we drive a positive experience for the people that participate in that infrastructure? The more positive the experience, the greater the adoption. So, public transport will be, I think Sachin and Chris touched on it, is that the more effective the public transport effect, is, the more people will adopt it, irrespective of where they sit in the economic spectrum. Just very quickly, a couple of points from unlocking new growth in an economy. What's very interesting over the last 18 months has been the explosion of e-commerce activity. It started off in apparel, economic apparel, food apparel, technical apparel, food apparel. It's now progressed down the curve towards, fresh food, which basically speaks to almost an immediate gratification, a real-time fulfillment. And in South Africa alone, the e-commerce sector is expected to grow to about 94 billion rand, which would suggest it's growing at 2 to 3 times our inflation rate in the country. And just the online food component of it, the delivery of cooked food component, could be in the region of 7 billion rand. That is not a market that we had 2 years ago. Worldwide, the component of online food delivery, cooked food delivery, is expected to grow to about $300 billion in the Northern Hemisphere. So again, highly dependent. The effectiveness of those economies and the positive impact they have on job creation and economic activity will be enabled by the underlying mobility and transportation infrastructure. From a productivity experience, I cannot agree more with what Sachin said around, we've got to move away from linear thinking around our infrastructure to some kind of exponential thinking, where we focus on how do we drive mileage densification of people, transportation, logistics, effective logistics planning, pit to port, and densifying the loads that we carry, so we don't have empty loads being transported up and down our roads, but rather dense roads, which is dense loads, which is super productive. And then I just want to pause on the whole conversation we had around EVs. EVs, without a doubt, if we look at it in today's perspective as a South African, it is expensive. However, if we embrace two laws, the Moore's law, which basically says any technology will double in capability in halving price every 18 months, together with Wright's law, which speaks to battery power, what we are seeing is that EV vehicles today, from a total cost of ownership in the Northern Hemisphere, is less than a Camry, a Toyota Camry. And I'm talking about EV vehicles with a 350-mile range. And the sticker prices of those vehicles are expected to drop below traditional vehicles in 2025. So we're seeing that rapid drop-off. And this is specifically driven by the efficiencies in batteries that we're seeing and the reduction in battery prices. So Wright's law indicates that every time we double the capability of a battery, we reduce its cost by a third. So, if you take a look at it from a mileage perspective, the cost per mileage, a year or two ago was about 70 cents per mile. In the next 3 to 4 years, we'll probably see that drop into about 20 cents per mile. And that becomes the explosive price, where adoption drives will expand dramatically, not just to individuals, but to things like people transportation, autonomous ride hailing, etc., which is expected to be a multi-trillion-dollar market as well, with companies like Waymo, Baidu, Tesla, pushing that out into the market. From an experience perspective, and then I'll pause there for a second. I mean, we spoke about the efficiencies of public transport, etc., but let's not take into account the importance of safety. So as we try and optimize our infrastructure, safety is a critical thing. I don't know if the stat is accurate, but deaths related to road deaths, I think, is in the top 10 of the cause of deaths around the world, or at least in developed economies. So I think as well, as we look at decarbonization, efficiency, etc., we've also got to look at safety, which is certainly one of the main propositions that's under debate now from autonomous vehicles. And before anyone says autonomous vehicles are dangerous, I think what's important to highlight is that if you think of autonomous vehicles along 5 levels of safety, what we're currently seeing in the Teslas would probably be described as level 2 safety. And that already is probably safer than a human behind the steering wheel. And ultimately, these companies are trying to strive for like a level 4 type safety. I don't think we'll ever achieve level 5 safety based on the information that I read. And then just to throw the last spanner in the works, I think there's also the opportunity to go beyond the road. So we're seeing a lot of developments and investments going into electric takeoff and landing, personal mobility solutions, i.e. drones. We're seeing a lot of experimentation in the transportation of small items. And it's interesting. I'll certainly be watching that space to see how we integrate that into our current mobility infrastructure to augment the movement of items and perhaps one day in the future, even perhaps the movement of people. Let me pause there.
Thank you so much, Walter. Thank you very much for that. I really enjoyed hearing your viewpoints and closing up the discussion and your take on all the speakers. Thank you so much for that. I have some questions as well, but I think we should just take a few comments that we got from the audience first, and then we can go back into the discussion. There was a comment from Paulo on trains to connect the suburb areas to the cities is definitely the way to go. He lives in Cape Town and says that Cape Town suburbs don't have proper public transport, or exactly what Walter just touched on now. It isn't safe or reliable to use. If workers have these options, they will leave their car at home. And I think that is something that we should definitely think about and take to heart. And then the second interesting comment was from Lynette. South Africa has huge space for implementing proper public transport and making it accessible to everyone. So that is an opportunity that we could possibly look at. And the last interesting comment was no long-term and true sustainable solution will succeed without active and constant engagement from source to end user. And I think that is critical. So now I'm going to open the floor to the rest of the speakers. The one thing that I would like to highlight from everything that was discussed today and ending off with Walter, it seems to me that digital infrastructure is key to sustainable transport solutions, and making sure that the customer has a seamless transport experience. If we are going to integrate transport and encourage people to use different modes of transport, we need to make sure that the digital infrastructure is in place. We have the right skills for making sure that digital infrastructure is in place, and also that the infrastructure or the ICT connectivity that we have is reliable. And I do know that in Southern Africa, for example, internet connectivity is definitely unreliable at the moment. So how do we tackle these? Because without effective digital infrastructure, all these ideas that we are talking about now might not be effective and will affect the user experience. So I will hand over to perhaps Peter to give us his input on that.
Well, you've got 30 seconds left, haven't you? You're supposed to finish at half.
Yes, we have another 10 minutes. We are extending the time for another 10 minutes. So thank you very much for that.
I rushed through my presentation in 3 minutes or so. So I just would like to say a few things about the others as well. Look, I think you're right about digitalisation, but I don't think it's the most fundamental thing. You can get a very good public transport system without that. You can have very good micro-mobility without that. It'll work a lot better if you can have good systems, apps that show you how to, when the buses are coming and how to integrate it with other things. All of that can help, but it's really about priorities, as Christopher said, and the willingness to shift away from using street spaces for cars. And that really gets down to engagement. As the last person said, engagement is critical. The community has got to drive these agendas. In Perth, which is an outer suburb of South Africa, as you know, we very similar climate and many similar aspects of our economy. Our railway system was closed down, and we fought to get it back, and it's gone from 7 million passengers a year to 70 million passengers a year, and there are 7 new rail lines being built now. It's entirely based on the political system. You can win these things politically, and the people will get behind it. And that's why I think it's very important to have visions like have been presented today, and they're pretty consistently saying, let's get rid of cars as much as we can and get decent public transport and decent integrated micro-mobility. And that can all be electric and very much fitting in with a 21st century agenda, but it's totally up to the community to drive that through the system. In my experience, that's what's changed Perth.
Great, thank you so much, Peter. I see we have 8 minutes left. So I think what I'm going to do is to give each speaker about 2 minutes just to comment on what was shared and to give their viewpoints. So from Peter, we will go to Carl. There were a lot of issues raised with what you had presented. I'm not sure if you want to answer to that. There was a comment raised about reaching price parity with petrol and diesel, electric vehicles reaching price parity with petrol and diesel vehicles by 2025. What is your take on that? And also the other colleagues' viewpoints that were presented or shared during this discussion.
Adam, thank you. Yeah, this is a passionate topic for me. Being involved so long with it and not seeing successes initially for the initial years is actually heartbreaking in many respects. But the reality is that things are changing. Although I agree that yes, vehicles, whole life costs for a vehicle, EV is cheaper than a normal combustible engine vehicle. The reality is it's not being taken up. Why not? And it might not be cost. I've never said it's too expensive, that it's too expensive for me, but it might not be the case for others. What I'm saying is, and it was mentioned earlier, the more things, more people are using a specific approach, the cheaper it becomes. So public transport is the answer. And certainly we see it in South Africa that public transport, there's a great need for public transport, but it's not safe and it needs to be improved upon, and that was raised as well. Then micromobility, and just for comment, I was a professional cyclist many years ago. And when I moved to Johannesburg, I stopped cycling altogether, totally, because of safety. And because of the fact that there's no place to cycle in Johannesburg. You're actually putting your hands, your life at risk if you go on a bicycle on the road in Johannesburg. So that's the reality. And that needs to change. It's a simple solution. Just get places where people can, because I stayed 9 kilometers from my office. And then sometimes during the load shedding periods, it took me up to an hour to get home or back. It's ridiculous. I could have cycled, I could have walked faster than that. But there's risk in doing that, especially cycling in Joburg. But even when walking, there's risks in that as well. And I think that's perhaps one of the key issues that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carol. I think on that note, we will move to Sachin to just give your final comments and maybe perhaps some of your views on what was shared from the other speakers.
Thanks, Edom. I really enjoyed the discussion and the debate. Just to cover what everybody said, Carol presented some very interesting insights on other low-hanging fruit that we should be strongly looking at and adopting in terms of achieving net zero. Christopher presented a lot about urban development planning and sustaining mobility there. And I think for us as SANRAL, even though we don't primarily run through urban corridors, once a development happens next to us, we eventually become a city around our network. So let's start adopting those principles now instead of waiting till we have the problem when there's no space. Peter is 100%. We really need to get the community behind these ideas, and we really need to change the political will of our mindsets. And I love the trackless tram, electric trackless tram that he shared, and I'd really love to see it on the SANRAL road network operating as part of the public transport. And I couldn't agree with Walter more. It's such a multi-dimensional topic. And one of the things that he touched on that we haven't even spoken about is the economic growth potential of a lot of these ideas. Just in a nutshell, can you imagine if we built the micro-mobility lane as sort of the Durban promenade style, where people have opportunities to have shops and the development it will attract in terms of hotels and urban development. So there's an incredible amount of economic growth that is attached to all these other ideas that we also need to explore. And just in closing, like you said, sustainable mobility requires radical mind shifts. Move people, not cars. Move goods, not trucks. Thanks, Ida.
Great. Thank you so much, Sachin from SANRAL. We will now hand over to Christopher to give his final thoughts and viewpoints on the information that was shared today.
Great. Well, it sounds like there's a lot of alignment here, that we're pretty clear on what needs to change. And now the real key is making sure that the funding gets behind that. And so I think we'd really call on the development partners, development banks, to really look carefully at their portfolios to see if the projects that they're supporting are in line with the sustainable urban development and mobility agenda. Because what we've seen is that we still have a lot of money going into massive flyover highway projects in the middle of urban areas. And they're definitely not serving the majority of the local residents. They're in fact creating problems. They're creating severance issues in communities, in neighborhoods that were once connected. Now you have a big urban highway blasting through, and so people are not even able to cross the road to get to a local shop without walking, a kilometer to reach the next footbridge. So we really need to look at the funding and make sure that funding is aligned with the kinds of things that we're saying, so that climate protection and sustainable mobility are not just rhetorical issues, but that we're backing that up with the kinds of projects that are being developed. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Christopher. And just in 1 minute, if Walter has any closing remarks, then we can wrap up the session. Walter, are you there?
I think you may have dropped off.
Okay, well, if Walter has dropped off, we certainly enjoyed the discussion and viewpoints that he had. Thank you. Oh, Walter, you're back. Do you have any closing remarks quickly in less than 30 seconds?
First of all, enjoyed the conversation. A couple of things. It's about economic development. integration with all components of transportation and mobility is critical. Densification of people and goods transportation, I think, is vital. And then that experiential factor, make people want to use it, make it safe, make it practical.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you to all our distinguished speakers. I wish we had more time to carry on this interesting topic on sustainable transport and sustainable transport solutions and the decarbonization of transport. Thank you very much to Carl Steyn. Thank you very much to Walter. Thank you very much, Christopher, Sasheen, and Peter. Thank you so much, everyone. I hope you enjoyed this discussion. If there are any further comments, I'm sure you can get them out to the organizers of this event, and they will definitely pass them on to our speakers. I thoroughly enjoyed this session. Have a lovely day further and keep safe. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Adam.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we can finish. Well, that was the Sustainable Transport and Mobility panel discussion, facilitated very greatly by Ms. Idem Folly, Program Manager at Uyolo E-Mobility Program. And that was a great discussion by all the other panels. And indeed, they are experts of their space and experts of their industry. I hope you have been hashtagging SAS Summit 21. That is hashtag SAS Summit 21 on Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn as well. And I do hope you'll be visiting our virtual exhibition. I told you there's a lot of competitions, and we are announcing today. So I hope you're one of the lucky ones. Do continue to post your comments and your opinions as well, even recommendations on the live chat that we have. We are now on our final panel discussion for the day. Stay tuned. We'll be speaking about sustainability and the evolving environmental, social, and governance ESG landscape, facilitated by CSIR. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're tuned in to Sustainability Summit 2021. We are now on our last panel discussion for the day, sustainability and the evolving environmental, social, and governance landscape. And this is in proud partnership with the CSIR. I won't take much time, but let me introduce the facilitator, who will then introduce our fellow panel of experts that are here with us this morning. Allow me to introduce the Executive Manager for Business Development and Commercialization in the Natural Resources, Enabling Infrastructure, Public and Professional Services Division, and the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, which is CSIR. And he goes by the name of Mr. Xolisa Magwandla. Over to you, sir, and welcome.
Okay. Thank you for the introduction, and welcome to everybody to this panel discussion, which will run for just over an hour. And it's a very interesting topic, that we will be debating on. And we've got an excellent panel of people with industry experience, global recognition in the work that they do, and in a lot of instances also thought leaders in their own right when it comes to sustainability, as well as the topics of environment, social, and governance. The first panelist that we have is Ms. Joanne Yawich, and Joanne has been the Chief Executive Officer of the National Business Initiative since March 2011, and having been previously the Deputy Director General for Climate Change at the then Department of Environmental Affairs, with responsibility for environmental quality and protection, as well as for the department's climate change work. Prior to that, Joanne worked for the Gauteng Department of Environment between 1997 and 2004, and before that was Special Advisor to the then Minister of Land Affairs. Currently, she is the chairperson of the Board of Directors for South African National Parks and is a board member of SAFCOL, as well as the chair of their Social and Ethics Committee. So you will agree with me that Joanne is well positioned to share some insights with us on the topic. Secondly, we are joined by Feroz Kaur, who is Group Head of Sustainability for Woolworths Holding Limited, and responsible for the delivery of the overall sustainability strategy and performance of the group across its businesses in Africa and Australasia. So there's some international perspectives that we might get in this regard as well. Feroz has led the development of Woolworths' sustainability strategy, known as Vision 2025 Plus, and is working to support the business in achieving its vision of being one of the most responsible retailers in the world. He has extensive track record of working in the field of sustainability and has headed up sustainability department at 3 JSE top 40 companies over the past decade. Feroz is an admitted attendee. The third panelist to introduce is Sanjeev Raghuvir. Sanjeev's job is to establish a sustainability strategy and implementation plan for the biggest retailer in Africa, the Shoprite Group, to minimize its environmental footprint across its value chain. And this is quite an important perspective that we have in terms of this discussion, looking at the full value chain on how we look at sustainability. Sanjeev started at the CSIR, where he worked as an environmental engineer. And in 2003, he moved to Nestle, South Africa, as Corporate Safety, Health, and Environmental Sustainability Manager, looking after this portfolio in the Southern and Eastern African region. So there are some continental perspectives that we'll get here. He holds a degree in chemical engineering, an honors degree in environmental engineering, and an MBA. And he's passionate about all aspects of environmental, social sustainability, including creating awareness about key issues and loves recycling. The next panelist to introduce is Chantel, who is a director at PwC's Sustainability and Climate Change team. Chantal holds a Master's of Science degree, specializing in environmental science, and has over 16 years of experience working with the private sector, public and private sector. Chantal has focused on strategic sustainability initiatives and gained experience in project design, leadership, and management. She has also been involved with the detailed implementation of the Sustainability and Climate Advisory and Assurance Programs for the private sector. So we get public and private sector perspectives in this instance. And Chantal has been involved with researching how integrated performance management within businesses can effectively support the resilience of the systems within which they exist. Her interests also lie in embedding sustainable development goals and the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, TCFD, within an organization as means of ensuring their long-term viability and to maximize their contribution to the economy and society. So we're in good hands here. And we also have Ron Sneyman, who has been working as a sustainability manager in Pick n Pay for the past 6 years. His primary responsibilities are centered on environmental management and reporting, in addition to the implementation of sustainability projects and CSII initiatives. Rowan's main focus areas include climate change, which I'm very passionate about as well, sustainable seafood, food waste, packaging, water, palm oil, deforestation, ESG reporting, as well as community projects and initiatives. And I trust that we will be getting some good insights across the entire value chain in the FMCG sector. Rowan has worked as an ESG research analyst at the Center for Corporate Governance in Africa for 2.5 years before joining Pick n Pay. Within that portfolio, he worked on a wide range of different projects in the anti-corruption, environmental, social, and governance field. So those are the external panels, for lack of a better word, because by design, we wanted to ensure that as the CSIR, we also ensure that we get the private sector voice, which is strongly aligned to the organization's strategy going forward. However, we've got some experts from within the CSIR, globally and nationally recognized, starting with Dr. Lauren Haywood, who is a senior researcher in sustainability economics and waste research group within the CSIR. She holds a PhD in zoology and environmental science from the University of the Witwatersrand. Lauren has specialist knowledge and experience in strategic environmental management, sustainability assessment and reporting, risk management, corporate sustainability, sustainable development goals, and the development of tools that enable business to transform their current sustainability practice towards embracing systems resilience and contribute towards SDGs. She is responsible for the establishment of a research agenda in corporate sustainability within the CSIR and guidelines which introduce systems and resilience thinking into ISO 31000 risk management process and into business strategy management and reporting. And last but not least is Professor Linda Godfrey, who is a principal scientist at the CSIR and an extraordinary professor at the Northwest University. She holds a PhD in engineering with over 20 years of sector experience. She manages the Waste Research Development and Innovation Roadmap Implementation Unit on behalf of the government. She has provided strategic input into several local, regional, and international waste and circular economy initiatives for the United Nations, the European Union, World Bank, the South African government, Academy of Science, International Solid Waste Association, universities, and businesses. She lectures internationally on solid waste management in developing countries, including the social, economic, and environmental opportunities of waste within a circular So, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, the way in which we intend running this specific panel discussion is that each of the external panelists will make some reflection on a specific question that we'd like to put to them, which is, what are the opportunities and constraints in navigating unprecedented global change challenges, including that of climate change, biodiversity loss, pandemics, cybersecurity threats, and decreasing resources in terms of value chains, a changing regulatory environment, and a changing investment decision-making and annual reporting regime. I think one of the most interesting things previously, just to suggest that how topical this is, I think a day or two, the president of China, Xi Jinping, indicated that China is not going to be financing any coal-fired power generation in the world. And there are several other pledges, including from the private sector, in terms of asset management companies, on where the world is going in respect of sustainability. And we all know that practice follow where the money is. So if we see money going into sustainable and ESG-directed interventions, then we should know that it's time for a change, and we should find ways of how we respond to that. So first up, I'm gonna call on Joanne to just share her broad reflections on this, understanding that after the four panelists have made their comments, we will try and dig deeper with the help of Lauren and so Joanne, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lisa, and thank you for inviting me to participate in this panel. It's a really interesting topic. And where I want to start, I'll come onto your question, but I think that when we talk about ESG, what for me lies at the bottom of it, and at the bottom of this kind of increasingly strong emphasis on ESG in the corporate sector internationally is an understanding of accountability that is very different to the traditional corporate understanding of accountability to owners and shareholders and investors. And so I think that if you operate within an ESG paradigm, what it means is that the levels of accountability and the scope of accountability widens. It's an accountability to society, it's an accountability to stakeholders, it's an accountability to communities, it's an accountability to your own workers, and to recognize, I think, the issues that different groupings within the workplace have. And then it's also a much broader accountability to society and planet. So I think that we need to understand that, for me, as the basis of looking at issues around opportunities and constraints. So I think that's the first point to make. I think the second thing that is critical in this ESG framework is that whether something is an opportunity or a constraint, I think is really very much about the mindset with which you come to it on the one hand, and the degree of innovation which companies are prepared to embrace in firstly defining the opportunities, but then also in addressing the constraints. And so really it is what you make of it. And I think that what we've seen internationally and around the world, including in our own country over the last 10, maybe longer years, 10, 15 years, is that the companies who embrace change, who are innovative, who can appropriately locate themselves within a broader set of societal imperatives, are the companies who tend to thrive and the companies who tend to flourish. And I think that that is what the ESG opportunity is. Having said that, I think that the opportunities in a company embedding an ESG approach to their core business that really requires a mindset shifts across the board and a lot of internal work in order to build consensus, in order to define where you're going, in order to be able to understand priorities, in order to understand how those priorities talk to both the needs of the company and the growth of the company, as well as talking to a broader set of issues in society. And I think particularly in the context of something like climate change in our own environment, that the opportunities are huge for South African companies. The World Business Council on Sustainable Development, and my organization is the regional partner for that, has done a lot of work over the last number of years to ask the question of what would we need for us to be living on a planet in 2050 where 9 billion people have an adequate and good quality of life, and what does business need to do in order to achieve that? And I really think that that question opens the way for companies to see new growth paths, new strategies, new ways of interacting with customers and suppliers in such a way that we are looking towards the development of the products and the services that we're going to need to actually have in place for a sustainable future. So I think I'll stop there and come in again later, Lisa.
Okay, thanks, Joanne, for those insights. Definitely something to chew on, and we do intend in the last half of this panel discussion to start digging deeper on some of these aspects. So next up for initial reflections, I'll call on you, Feroz, to just share your initial thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Kolisa, and good afternoon to fellow panelists and to everybody else listening in. I mean, look, this is a fantastic question. There's just so many ways to potentially approach it. I think the starting point would be what do we define as ESG, and is it something that is looked at separately to how we run to the rest of the business? Do we look at here is our business, we run our business, and then here's this ESG obligations or requirements that we have, or do we see it as a holistic view and approach to how we manage our company? And what is it that we are focusing on? And what do we take into account in running the day-to-day operations of this, the organizations that we are involved in? And for me, that talks to the approach you take to it and how embedded it is in your operations, and therefore the kind of approach you take in essentially managing on a day-to-day basis with a view to the bigger picture. And that's what it's about. It's about understanding where do you locate yourself in the broader context. Essentially, I think the way I would look at it simply is, as an organization, we impact society and the environment, and it impacts us. Are we mindful of all of this? Are we aware of it? And what are we doing to manage it, both proactively and reactively? And it's once we have that broader contextual understanding, we then are able to understand what needs to be done in order to be either responding or being proactive in the space. So if we, and what I mean by that is organizations tend to be very specialized or really, really skilled in their core competencies. You know, if you're a retailer or a miner or bank, you're really, really skilled in that. And the question is, how wide is your view in that space? And are you taking into account the bigger picture and therefore understanding the changing landscape? So, you know, you might be able to produce widget A phenomenally well, but are you taking a long-term view and understanding what climate change is all about, what impact your operations has on environment, and how potentially climate change might impact your supply chain, for example? What is the role of what is happening in your supply chain? Depending on what kind of products you source or manufacture, what are the risks that are attendant to that? And conversely, the opportunities for either making changes in your supply chain, in your operations, in your product, how you sell your product, how you approach market. for me, it's essentially that. It's what are you looking at? What do you take into account in your decision making? And how far do you believe your span of control goes? And how far beyond that are you willing to engage in a collaborative manner with a broader range of stakeholders? And those stakeholders, everybody in society, government, NGOs, public sector, communities, and noting that it's a fluid and dynamic space, and that one's role in that is not purely defined to, well, I am company A, this is what I do, and I don't care what happens outside the four walls of my organization. And so that's essentially for me the approach that needs to be taken in understanding what do we define by ESG, and therefore everything that would fall within environment or social or governance in relation to how we relate to society and how society relates to us is within our purview that we need to be mindful of. And then that comes down to how you manage it, how you report against it, what indices you look at to be rated on, what reporting frameworks you use, how you go out and relate to your stakeholders around these things, how you build all of this into your business, into your product line, how do you make it a differentiator of your organization, of your product. And within that, you realize that the scope is as broad as you want to make it to be, or as narrow as you want to make it to be, and can either be a hindrance because you might see it as something, well, there's another compliance thing I need to do, or here's something that's just making my life more difficult. Or you can look at it as an opportunity. I mean, and opportunities are not there just to say, well, I'm going to sell a different product, but well, that might be one of the opportunities, but the opportunity might be, well, I produce it differently, or I engage with my supplier differently, or I am able to engage with my customer differently. And that's where the challenge comes in, is to understand that am I being forced to do something? Am I doing something that I don't want to do? Or is it really something I should be doing in order to effectively run my organization? And have I got the correct context in order to understand it that way?
Okay,
I'll leave it there for now.
Yeah, no, thanks a lot for that, Feroz. And I think we will dig a little bit deeper on some of the points that you raised, particularly that a lot of the value chains of business, it doesn't matter which sector you are in, they are global in nature. There's shifting geopolitical dynamics, across the world. Different parts of the world are affected differently by climate change. You also have different regulatory environments. So we certainly are going to come back and seek your inputs and solicit your counsel in terms of what you think. How far should business be defining some of these things? So having said that, I'm gonna request the next panelist, which is Rowan Snyman, to just share his initial reflections as well. Rowan, you have the floor.
Thanks very much, and thanks for the opportunity to participate. Yes, this is certainly a very, very topical issue. From a Pick n Pay perspective, I feel that we have never received as many requests around ESG, especially from investors, as we have over the past year. So it's certainly a very important topic, and I think it's under development both internationally and locally as well. And I think it's very important because sustainability and CSI, those topics have been around for a very long time, but companies have often treated that as a brand value or from a marketing perspective to see how can they use sustainability to get more customers or to connect to customers. And although that's not wrong, I think sustainability should be much more strategic than that, and it should be much more central to how a company can operate. And I feel that that's the developments that we're seeing around ESG globally now, that speaks to drive companies to take more accountability of how they work on the ESG areas, and how they implement projects, how they launch targets, and how they track themselves against them. It's all about driving that accountability, where companies don't just talk about sustainability, but actually implement programs to shift the way they operate. And then just to agree what Feroz said, it's a very broad landscape and it's very complex. ESG essentially covers almost any area that a company can have an impact on. That includes the value chains that they operate through, but also the customers they interact. So it's not a simple or easy thing. The data is usually very complex. When you talk about ESG, it's usually associated with things like food waste or packaging or palm oil or sustainable seafood. And all those areas, as examples, have very complex data to work with. And that's one of the difficult things for companies is getting the data right before they do the reporting. Getting the data right, setting their targets, reporting against their targets, and launching their programs, it's a very time-consuming and long process. It's not something that happens in a couple of months. So usually, in my perspective, there's a massive emphasis on ESG reporting at the moment, but the focus should rather be, for companies at least, to launch those programs and to shift strategically toward ESG, even if they're not yet in the position to report their progress from an ESG perspective. Just talking from experience, ESG reporting is a massive time constraint in companies, and it's not easy because many different organizations and institutions track the same metrics in different ways. So now as a company, you have to understand all those different methodologies. You have to complete a lot of different surveys and questionnaires, many of which look to answer the same questions, but ask them in a different way, which makes it immensely difficult internally to respond to those questions effectively, because it's not always aligned to how you track those specific areas internally. And for me, that means that sometimes, in some cases, sustainability teams can become reporting teams. And that's essentially, you don't really want that as a company. Because if the objective is only reporting, then sometimes, and I'm not saying it's always the case, sometimes those teams don't engage with the other internal departments at a strategic level as much as they should, because they're so preoccupied just doing the reporting, just ticking those boxes, rather than trying to implement strategic projects that can potentially shift the way the company operates. So that's just my opinion, in that there should be the correct balance between focusing on ESG, but as a strategic value for the company, and then the reporting that follows should reflect how the company operates in those areas, rather than the other way around. Reporting shouldn't drive the company's strategic value. But both these areas are very important in my view. But yes, as a sustainability manager, I'm very excited about the developments that are happening globally. From an ESG perspective, that means that there's a potential for us internally to launch a lot more projects and to do a lot more positive work. None of this is easy or simple, but I think it's a very good journey to be on. And that's my view from Pick n Pay.
Okay. No, thanks a lot, Rowan. I'm sure my colleagues from the CSIR are getting quite excited, because as soon as you mention complexity and data, then they start thinking, okay, what is it that we can do with that? And I think we're going to traverse again some of the critical points that I think Joanne raised as well at the start. It's integration into business strategy rather than reporting compliance. I think a lot of the complexity actually lies in that, on how you define the scope and what sort of metrics do you track, which are material to your business, and the reporting becomes more of a hygiene issue, but the imperative is that of the business. Thanks for your comments there. And now let's move on to Sanjeev. Sanjeev, you've got some time to just share your initial reflections here. Thank you.
Thanks, Kolisa. I think, yeah, it's an interesting discussion as well. And as odd as it may sound, recently we haven't been short of, as you described it, unprecedented global changes and challenges, be it the pandemic, be it climate change, cybersecurity, etc. And I think that the one thing that comes up is around the ability of organizations to be more agile, to be able to navigate within this type of environment. But I want to focus and draw more attention towards the issues of climate change, and particularly because the recent IPCC report gave us a lot of food for thought. And particularly if you look at the regional fact sheets for southern, western, and eastern Africa, we're seeing a lot of predictions around changes in precipitation, so lower precipitation, and as we're seeing in the Eastern Cape right now, as well as in some cases much higher incidence of precipitation and level 4 and 5 cyclones, as we've seen recently with Cyclone Eloise that came through Mozambique and parts of Mpumalanga. But what we're also seeing is that it impacts significantly on the food systems. So you may recall earlier in the year, there was a shortage of tomatoes on the market, which led to an increases in prices. And that was particularly because, or primarily because the Cyclone Eloise had such a devastating impact in Mpumalanga. And whilst the IPCC report is projecting and predicting this in the next 50 or at the turn of the century, we're already seeing these issues and these impacts happening now. So, as you suggested, it presents a lot of challenge, yet opportunities for businesses and for organizations. I think on the challenge side, it's being able to navigate in these areas, being able to ensure that your business is able to continue. And as you rightly said, with that integrated into the organizational strategy and then transpiring through the operations, I think that's very important. The opportunities, I think, from an organizational point of view is around how organizations can become more efficient in their processes, in their day-to-day operations. And particularly with regards to energy use. Now, we know energy prices in South Africa are increasing significantly. So there presents opportunities to reduce energy consumption, use more renewable energy. Organizations are embracing that, setting targets to be at zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, and using more renewable energy, which I think is very exciting. But on the other hand, one has to also take into account the impacts, particularly for lower income communities. Because often when we talk about climate change, we don't recognize or we don't acknowledge that the impacts that lower income communities will feel is much bigger, particularly in terms of issues like floods, droughts, and fires. And as an organization, or as organizations, consumer-facing organizations, we have to be mindful of that. And we have to, in some way or the other, support the resilience and adaptive capacity of those communities. And I think that's a very important point. And then coming back to the discussion on ESG, and I think I guess we can all agree it's quite exciting to be in the field of ESG now, because there's so much of interest, so much of focus, not just from investors and analysts, but also from other stakeholders like community members, NGOs, employees even. And it's exciting to be a sustainability professional in this space. But I echo the sentiments earlier around complexity, because there's quite a myriad of indices, of frameworks, and one has to navigate as an organization, one has to navigate carefully through all of that, so that you are reporting against frameworks that make sense and frameworks that are directly related to your strategy and the purpose of the organization. And I think that's an important part. Yeah, and I'll leave it there, Kulisa.
Okay, no, thanks a lot, Sanjeev. I've got a climate bias, so we could talk for quite a long time on this topic. And I just want to lash on one of the things that you mentioned, like there's a surge of commitment by various organizations, whether you are in the primary energy sector or services, of net zero, achieving net zero. And I think there's a lot of will from captains of industry. And some of the questions may be, how do we get there? Especially looking at the complexity of a business environment in the current world. So thank you for those insights, and I promise you I'll make sure that I sneak in some more climate-specific discussions as we go along with this discussion. Now, for our last panelist, external panelist, it's Chantal van der Walt. And Chantal, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And it's been such a pleasure listening to the various viewpoints so far. And so quite glad to be able to just offer some of my insights, having worked with quite a range of different types of organizations across a variety of sectors, from financial services, energy, mining, a little bit of retail, but I think we're quite well reflected here in that space. And then, of course, thinking across things like real estate and telecoms and that kind of thing. So hopefully can give you a feel for some of the common or important views that cross-cut through the various places that I've worked, as well as a lot of my own personal viewpoints splattered in between. So I think my starting point would be that integrating E, S, and G matters into the core business strategy really has become a business imperative. So the way I look at sustainability and ESG matters is that when we're dealing with that, we're actually describing that organization's ability to thrive through looking at a comprehensive and forward-looking focus on those ESG matters. So depending on the industry that we're focused on and the locations in which they need to operate, there's specific ESG factors that would be relevant for them. And they can either depend on resources, depend on inputs, be they social capital, human capital, intellectual capital, and then of course our financial capital. They can either be those inputs, or they can be and dependencies on a stable operating context, or it can literally just be, right, we sit in a context. Our business is not in a vacuum. The value that we're trying to create is for a specific end user or customer, investor. And how do we act in a way that is, as Joanne says, accountable, responsible, and drawing on those resources and using them wisely. So I think for me, the real shift when we speak about an evolving landscape has been a growing acknowledgement that these E, S, or G factors are not as external as they sometimes feel, that they actually really are an important part of a core business strategy, and they are often the things that allow the value creation process to really succeed. So I think when we think about some of the drivers that are relevant and that they are different per industry, top of mind things for me are looking at things like disruption and vulnerability in our socioeconomic circumstances, some massive shifts in thinking, and I think it's still yet to play out in a regulatory requirement, but a lot of different thinking around what does our economy, what does our country need to look like in order to remain competitive, in order to thrive, and to sort of navigate quite complex market demand, supply and demand priorities, thinking around the environmental tipping points. I think a number have been mentioned already, and how do we manage our goods and services, if you want to see the ecological system and the connection or touching points into that system. How do we manage that in a way that allows everybody to continue to survive and thrive off of that system into the longer term? I've seen a lot of evolution in conversation with investors and the perspectives that they have. How they look at organizations now is definitely changing. And then you overlay all of the technology and academic progress, far better data on ES and G matters than we've ever had before. And how is that influencing the internal dialogue and course correction that will need to be taking place to navigate all of the complexity that we're dealing with. So I think overall, I know that investors are looking for businesses that have that convincing embedded ESG strategy, that also have a clear path to how are we going to implement that, how are we going to arrive at the goals and commitments we've set ourselves. And then that's a lot of pressure to be dealing with and navigating on top of the normal business success factors and metrics that get monitored. So I think the positive thing and maybe the opportunity here is that when you look at research like a very interesting study done at the University of Oxford, they were looking at how an increase in firm level ESG performance actually results in quite a positive effect on a country's living standards. And that was regardless of being developed or emerging in nature. And for me, that's a very exciting thing to think on. So if businesses are able to incorporate and embed their response to the relevant ES or G matters in a way that allows them to thrive, it also has a very positive look or outlook onto the country's economy. So for me, I think the key point is that a transition is already upon us, in the sense of a lot of environmental, social, and trust or ethics tipping points, I think, have already been reached or are quite close to being reached. And that operating context opens up a lot for organizations to respond to. So it's almost a matter of future-proofing or rethinking what do we look like in 2050, and I use that date strategically, but what do we look like then? How do we operate in a world that has different constraints to what is based on us now, be they low carbon, zero water, zero waste? How do we run our business? How do we think of ourselves and the value that we could create in light of those constraints? And I've just mentioned some of the environmental ones, but there's many more from a social perspective. And already it's starting to impact on access to capital, cost of capital, ability to underwrite and insure a business, and then certainly, of course, links to brand and reputation. So for me, ESG has become a differentiator. And I think future value add for any organization is probably going to be along the lines of how well it can understand the potential effects of the specific ES or G drivers that face it as an organization now and then into the future. And then that continuous adjustment of the business strategy, of how that gets embedded into and transforms in the business. And then, of course, the building of trust with stakeholders, where disclosure, I guess, comes into play. And then, responding appropriately and in a timely way to all of this outside pressure and inside drive for innovation. So that's how we've been looking at it for ourselves as well. But then, of course, with the clients that we work with around that strategic reinvention, business transformation, and then sort of reimagining the reporting and the disclosure that needs to go along with it. But of course, lots of challenges presented in actually doing that ideal. And I think some of the top points that we've sort of landed on at the moment in terms of working is around strategy and the embedding, responsible investment and sustainable finance, a massive consideration and topic. How do we get bankable projects? How do we align with the funding that is available to make the shifts we need to make? How do we respond to climate change in a way that doesn't leave anybody behind? But also really the risks and opportunities from climate change are actually social and economic in nature. So it's not a green issue in essence for me anyway. And then lastly, thinking around how do we reward and remunerate the teams that are working so hard within companies to align and to reward the right behavior and get to the right outcomes. And then how do we link this to enterprise value? Because it's a really important consideration for any company in the private sector around enterprise value, return on investment, and really getting the most out of all the energy and resource being put into it. So thank you. That would be my starting thoughts.
Wow, thanks a lot, Chantal. I mean, that's quite enlightening, and there are several words that also got me excited. You know, coming from the CSIR, you're talking about enterprise value creation. You are talking about innovation, being a differentiator, etc. I mean, these are all things that we would like to traverse in further detail in the second part of this discussion. So there are 3 points that we wish to cover, and Linda may want to switch off a camera as well to assist me in like probing deeper on this. And I think the way in which we can do it is to maybe offer 2 panelists to provide some wise counsel. And I think we can benefit as well as an organization to hear from you, understanding what we do as a business as to how can we contribute in focusing our research agenda such that we can be able to support industry in order to traverse some of these complexities and difficulties. And the first part, I believe it's more of a question of scoping, which is the extent to which companies look at their value chain. I think earlier on, there's been recognition of global nature of value chains. You know, when you have a tomato in South Africa, it could well be coming from Morocco for all we know, you know, and if that's one of the areas in which a company is sourcing tomatoes, then it's of interest in terms of how you analyze your business risks and opportunities to understand what sort of climate regime is projected for that area, whether it's on a climatic or seasonal timescale, because it does affect the ability to do business. So I will not pick on any specific panelist, but just seek some words of wisdom in respect of how do we see the integration along the value chain by companies in terms of products and services that they provide, as well as what are these gaps for which there is a need for further intervention. And whilst the panelists are thinking, or one of the panelists is thinking of sharing some insights of this, it's just to let you know, participants, that Lauren is also looking at questions that are coming through a chat box. So after the 2 panelists, I may invite Lauren to also share some of the questions that she believes would be of interest to the panelists. So takers on the value chain question.
Happy to maybe share some thoughts.
Oh, that would be brilliant, Feroz. Please, you have the floor.
I think alluding to earlier points that were made, it's fundamental that if we're approaching this properly with the right mindset, that we're looking at our value chain. Our impact doesn't start and stop within our borders or at the boundaries of the organization. It's fundamental to be looking at the full value chain, both upstream and downstream. And you look at it for a variety of reasons, and the impacts are social, environmental, regulatory, whatever they may be. And part of the way we try and embed responsible behavior, we feel, is through your relationships with your suppliers and your partners, and those that you do business with, and related parties, and ensure that you choose to do business with those who are aligned to your value system and operate in the manner that meets the kind of standards that you want to meet. And in so doing, expand that circle of influence and have them do the same with their partners and suppliers. In terms of of doing it for fundamental core business reasons. If you're saying, well, I'm not doing it just because I think I need to be socially responsible. Ultimately, you alluded to something which is intricately tied into that, but gets the attention of those who sit on the business side, who look at the numbers. Is how does this impact on future supply of product or services? How does it impact on your ability to access markets? What does climate change mean? So you gave an example of a tomato, and those are real questions to be asked. I mean, in the South African context, already you can see changes in growing season, impacts on certain fruits and so on, and when and where they have become available. And these are important considerations to take into account. So fundamentally, I think I'll stop by saying it is fundamental that the full value chain is taken into account when looking at this.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Feroz. And I guess value chain, if we understand it as also the post-consumer responsibility, I'm sure Linda may want to share some insights there. But I have Joanne, and then after Joanne, Linda can make some reflections. Thank you. Joanne, you have the floor.
Thank you. And it's a very simple point that I want to make, Lisa, which is that to do this, to look at your entire value chain, let alone look at the details of your enterprise and identify the opportunities, it requires a very deliberate process. It requires to be driven from a senior enough level in an organization in order to be able to bring the whole of the company into it. So that you can bring in your people involved in your operations, the people involved in sales, the people involved in marketing. So I think that is the one thing, is that support from the top and the understanding that this goes deep into the operations and the details of the way that companies operate. And I think the second thing is really something that we've discovered in the work that we've done, not only in relation to climate change, but also in relation to issues like water, energy efficiency, even youth employability, is the target setting in companies becomes a critical element in terms of being able to say, here it is, here's where we are, here's where we want to get to, here's what the gap is, and then what are we going to do to actually bridge that gap? As well as, obviously, that is then underpinned by an understanding of how this impacts strategy. So I think that those sort of very practical on the one hand, but the will to drive, in my sense, becomes absolutely central, because otherwise what you do is you have people sitting in ESD or people sitting in sustainability, or people sitting in a transformation unit, sort of operating on their own as sort of very isolated little people on the edge of the operations of a company. And that can't happen in a comprehensive ESG approach. Thanks.
Oh, thanks a lot for that, Joanne. I see Lauren, you had your hand up. If you could just share.
No, I was just, in terms of the conversation about the value chain, I was wanting to understand, value chains and supply chains are very different, but from the value chain perspective, how much influence does a company have over changing different perspectives and ESG perspectives in their value chain? What is the abilities to be able to do that? Are you able to get your suppliers to address issues that are important to you? Or is it that if you really rely on something and they're not necessarily willing to abide by specific sustainability issues that your company is wanting to follow, do you look for another supplier? Do you look at other activities? What is the issue around just those value chain challenges?
That's a very interesting question, and I'm sure it would vary from industry to industry depending on leverage that you have. But let's hear what our panelists think in terms of I think Feroz mentioned it. It's like your relationship with suppliers, but there's also this dynamic of how much influence do you have, and how does that impact on your ability to achieve your business and strategic objectives.
Yeah, maybe if I can comment on that as well, Kolisa. I think we've seen with COVID the importance of having shorter supply chains. I think that, you know, when trade was being restricted globally, it was important then to be able to have supply chains that you could ensure that you had products on your shelves. And for that reason, I mean, that also has certain climate imperatives or climate benefits from shortening your supply chain and sourcing more locally. And I think that apart from climate, it has certain social aspects to it as well, in terms of job creation, in terms of employment, etc., which I think is also very important. But in terms of that dynamic, particularly in retail, between the retailer who, like we indicated, is generally consumer facing, and the supplier, it has to happen through some level of collaboration. I don't think it's there may be an aspect of leverage in it, but I think, you know, with competition and competitiveness being very important, one cannot over-exercise that. But I think what this ESG focus has been showing us is that organizations are becoming more and more familiar with the requirements, with what the requirements are. Organizations are becoming more and more receptive of engaging in aspects on ESG. So in a way, whilst it's not mainstream yet, I think the appetite and the groundswell is certainly being created for organizations to engage more and more actively in these areas. Recently, we conducted a survey of our suppliers, a sustainability survey of our suppliers. And whilst a large number of them, more than 80% of them, are actively engaging in ESG aspects, whether it's measuring, monitoring, reporting on, etc., there's still quite a few that around 15 to 20% that have not yet started and have not yet started engaging. And granted, these are generally the smaller suppliers. But I think with the support and the engagement and the discussions around sustainability, I think this will change.
Oh, thanks a lot, Sanjeev. Linda?
Yeah, thanks, Princess. I think I just want to echo on Sanjeev's point. You know, I think that the COVID pandemic really highlighted the weaknesses in our supply chains, in our value chains, for example. And as Sanjeev said, there was very much this call in terms of shortening supply chains. I think then that kind of plays in my mind is what does that mean for South Africa in terms of trying to domesticate our supply chains, especially where we may have existing constraints and certainly resource constraints. So, you know, with the load shedding that we've faced since 2008 and the limits that we have on our energy system, what does that mean for manufacturing and local manufacturing? For changing climates, access to water resources, what does that mean for our agricultural sector and more domestic, you know, food production? So certainly, I think as a country, we need to, you know, sort of revisit our imports, exports, and really, you know, understand where our weaknesses are, where are we vulnerable as an economy, and really how do we position ourselves and respond to that? So I think those are still some of the questions that I'm playing around with in my own mind in terms of, you know, just the disruption we've seen over the last year and a half. Thanks.
We're so sorry, your mic is off. You're on mute.
Oh, okay. Thank you for those reflections, Linda. I think we are, I mean, this is like quite an exciting discussion, you know, because we are dealing with a subject that changes everything, and not only in the short term, but in terms of how, as a people, we do business. And I take the points, for example, that were mentioned around where capital goes. You know, I think it was Chantal who mentioned that, and I think Rowan mentioned that as well, is that he has never been this inundated by calls from investors in terms of how they are dealing with sustainability and ESG matters. So that's obviously one of the dials that can be looked at in terms of how to support such a transformation. And there were points that were raised as well. I think Joanne was mentioning this issue of high-level buy-in, because in my view, it's strongly related to the peripheral nature in which the sustainability units currently operate within businesses. I mean, this is a generalization, of course. So I guess the next question that we may want to tackle, at least having these two gems so far, amongst others, it's only those I can recall for now, would be how do we ensure, or how do we support the integration of these considerations in the business strategy, okay? Where it's not a question of how one reports, you know, it becomes a question of how one does business. Do the operations people understand the touch points between sustainability and ESG in terms of their functions, whether it's buyers, it's people in the marketing department, it's people in the manufacturing plants, you know. So how do we ensure, building on, of course, there's a financial rationale, which is this is where investors are putting money. There's also a leadership rationale, which is about how these are championed. But how do we achieve, or how do we get this integration such that this is not a standalone function? Any takers on that? I see your hand, Joanne. I don't know whether it's an old hand or you'd like to share some insights on this as well.
Thanks. It was an old hand, but on this issue, I really do think that, firstly, I want to reiterate the point that it goes back to leadership will. But I think that there is, there's been a vast change in the last couple of years around the understanding within business about why sustainability is important and what the risks and threats are if we don't run our companies in sustainable ways. And really, I think that has then opened the way for an ability to be able to engage in companies, to put sustainability at the core of business strategy. And I think we've seen it in the retail sector. We've seen it in certain elements of the agro-processing sector. I think the banking sector, particularly through pressure in relation to what they lend and how they lend, has moved quite far in relation to sustainability. And I think that with the understanding that climate targets are going to have to be met internationally, and that we are moving towards a net zero 2050, in particularly the emissions intensive industry, there is suddenly a huge flurry of both R&D and investment in lower carbon intensive technologies. And I think all of those things really add up to the kind of the embedding of sustainability issues, and an understanding that we want to protect our futures and the futures of our children and of the planet is part of business in a very core way. And what I'm certainly seeing in South Africa and amongst our company members is that CEOs are talking much more assertively and much more vocally and publicly around these sustainability issues than has ever happened before. So I think that we are on a reasonably good track at the moment, but I think the kind of the ability to embed those in company systems and operations and strategies is something that is going to need to be formalized. You know, we're quite hard on ourselves as a country, as South Africans, but actually, if you look at where we sit compared to our international competitors on this issue, I would argue that we've built over a long period of time a very solid base from which to move this forward. Thanks.
Okay, thanks a lot for those inputs, Joanne. I see Rowan and then Chantal.
Thanks very much. Yes, I have to agree with Joanne on that. From my perspective, leadership is immensely important for putting a company on the track towards sustainability and towards improved ESG measures. But it's also about a relationship between good leadership and the internal capacity to implement those programs. With the leadership alone, that'll allow a company to make commitments and to set targets and to sign up to initiatives. But to really follow through on those, you do need the internal capacity to continue that work and to work with the internal teams. And remember, these things are more than just a commitment. It's about the day-to-day operations of the company. And when you're working with a commercial team or a technical team, you can't run to leadership every time something doesn't work out, or when there's a complexity or something difficult to understand. That's really up to the internal teams to be able to guide the company and to work with all the stakeholders, the internal stakeholders involved, to ensure that we are on track towards meeting those commitments. So for me, it's about the relationship between leadership and internal capacity. But also, in my view, I think there's been a big shift in South Africa, at least, in the way companies think about ESG. I've been in this space maybe for about 9 years now, and I don't think it's really comparable to where it was when I started. I think there's a lot of companies taking this very seriously, and there's a lot of work being done to move towards improved sustainability. But it's obviously, there's a lot to do. Just being on the road doesn't mean that you're close to achieving the commitment. But I have seen a lot of positive developments, and I think as long as more companies make those moves, and as long as whole industries start to shift in that direction, I think we will see some positive developments in the future.
Well, thanks for that, Ron. That's certainly, I mean, the last 2 interventions are quite encouraging. I think our media could take a leaf on this, because as Joanne was saying, we are always hard on ourselves. But it's encouraging to hear that it's more of operationalization issues that we are starting to deal with. Otherwise, the intent is there and the effort is being put. It's about how do we scale up on those initial interventions. Chantal?
Thank you. I think just to add one thought to the rich insights already there. For me, what's been helpful is trying to put and translate these issues into the language that is helpful and insightful inside the organization. So not to say that you can put a rand value on everything and that would be the precise value, but starting to speak about value at risk, value in the opportunity, maybe the cost of not acting, and putting it into the language of the business, be it from a rands and cents. How does this start to affect or potentially affect your financial statements and the line items in those financial statements? Makes very influential people in the organization start to click to the right connections and allow some good decision making to happen. So I think that's just a layer about the language we use and how we actually speak to teams that are having to make quite hard trade-offs and allow them better insights to do that. And then lastly, what I would say is similar to the way risk sort of plays out within an organization. Everyone actually has to be an ESG champion. In whatever they're doing, they've got to understand their connection to one of the material E, S, or G matters and how they are contributing, so that as a whole it all comes together effectively. Thank you.
All right. Thanks a lot, Chantal. I can identify with this point that you are raising about speaking the language that the business understands. You know, in my past life, I led the climate modeling research group at the CSIR, and they would present these highly complex analytics, you know, of what will be happening where. So I'm not a climate modeler, so my question will be nice pictures, so what? All right. And I think the point that you raise in saying we should be looking at how we start elevating these various complex considerations into a language that business understands, and I find that to be quite a very helpful point. Sanjeev, do you have your hand up, or is it an old one?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I think with many organizations, it starts at when organizations are defining the materiality. Because as you indicated, it's about language, and that's the sort of language that boardrooms, executives in boardrooms are discussing. And I think when you look at industries, whether it's food, whether it's mining, whether it's banking, the issues and aspects of around ESG are there. So certainly they feature in materiality. And I think that helps then to support what Joanna was saying in terms of integrating these aspects or embedding them into the core of the organization. Because when it starts at that level, then you have a better chance of integrating and implementing through the organization. The second point I want to make is that, I mean, because it's topical, there's a lot of commitments, there's a lot of discussion and conversation around it. But one has to be careful, or rather the flag to raise is that organizations have to be seen to be genuine and authentic when they're making commitments in terms of how they're going to implement it as well. Because like with so many things, people are quick to jump onto the bandwagon, so to speak, and then their genuineness starts to fade. And I think when dealing with complex and dire issues like climate change and the pandemic and inequality, that genuineness from CEOs, from people within the organizations has to come through.
Oh, okay. That's materiality. I think it's actually part of the King 4 code, you know, in terms of how you understand the extent and coverage of your stakeholders. And a light bulb moment from my side is the previous discussion that we had was talking about how far do you go in the value chain. I think this could well be one of the ways of positioning it, you know, the concept of materiality in terms of the business operation itself could be one of those things that assist in understanding the scope that one defines. Lauren, I see you've got your hand up.
I just wanted to say that, you know, we are seeing more and more businesses embracing ESG and taking the commitments. But ultimately, how are we going to see that and see if actually the commitments are making a difference would be, you know, how these changes that have been made actually are reflecting in our country's contributions or performance to the SDGs. So, and our global stats, because global stats are continually reminding us that we are making huge impacts on the environment, even though sustainability has been practiced in companies for decades now. There doesn't seem to be much change in the stats. So we really need to see that, you know, even though companies are making those commitments and are reporting on their reductions on the environment, etc., we really need to see that those are transferring or transpiring to our country's commitments and performance in the the SDG space.
Yeah, that's the credibility issue that Sanjeev was also talking about, which is quite important. There's one area that I intended for us to just go through it as well, which is understanding the various reporting standards and frameworks that exist. I think it has been mentioned earlier that it's a science in itself to choose which one works well or is appropriate for you. One or two reflections will be great before we request Linda to just tease out some of those exciting themes and suggestions that have been put forward. And we give each panelist a minute or so for wrap-up comments. So let's talk reporting. Yes, Feroz, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chris. I think this is something that it's an important topic and we need to talk about it because it's been alluded to before by I think Rowan spoke about it. And it is so important to balance the need for reporting versus the need for doing. And increasingly, as has been said already, with the focus on ESG, there are so many requirements or obligations that are placed on organizations that you potentially get distracted from the actual ability to work on strategy or engage with the business on actual delivery on substantive work because of the reporting. In some cases, you can call it burden. Now, obviously balancing that out, that reporting is important. I mean, you want to be able to report so you can understand, you get context, you're able to articulate your position, but also reporting gives you a view of what you're doing in a way that you wouldn't normally get if you weren't collecting this data. You know, reporting can be used as a tool to improve systems internally for data capture, for management. You can draw a lot of insights and intelligence out of it, depending on how you manage your data. So certainly there's good value in reporting. But I think what we must be very careful of is a tendency to over-report, or a requirement for over-reporting, and that's something that I think over the years you just see the increase of them, and reporting is both. You get reporting where you drive reporting, and you want to follow frameworks, or there's those kind of things, but there's also, beyond just reporting as a proactive, as an active tool, there's associated with that a lot of indices, a lot of external organizations, rating companies and industries which require input, which you might not even be proactively seeking to participate in, but because of their profile, of their nature, have external relevance, people place score on it, and you then need to participate in reviewing those and so on. And you get to a point where you ultimately have teams who sit and their job is to report. And you need to consider, well, is that the best use of resources? And so I think my point is there needs to be a important balance between the need for reporting versus the need for doing. And we need to ensure which one are we, what are we aiming for primarily.
Nice one there, Feroz. Very clear points. And Ron?
Yeah, just to agree with Feroz, it's a difficult topic because reporting is fundamentally important. So from an external perspective, one would have to be able to compare different companies using a similar methodology. And often companies follow a whole host of different ways of reporting, which if for example, CSIR wants to do a study on retailers, it makes it difficult for them if every retailer will report things in different ways, because then you don't know if you're comparing apples with apples. So reporting is very important, but just to also emphasize, as Feroz said, that there needs to be the right balance between the reporting requirements and actually doing the work, because the work is already complex on its own, and it requires a lot of internal engagement. But with all the pressures that comes with external reporting, it sometimes becomes difficult to have enough time to do that internal work as well. But then another thing to raise is perhaps the fact that a lot of the ESG reporting requirements don't necessarily look at the data that's already been made publicly available by the company. So as an example, we all do our sustainability reports, and we report through CDP and all those different mechanisms. But many of the ESG agencies, when they approach the company, they don't do that after they've already reviewed all the information that's already publicly available, which sometimes, and that's not true for everybody, there's a lot of organizations that do review the information that's available. But sometimes that's where the difficulty lies, is it's not that the company just needs to report the information, it's that they have to re-report the information that they already reported publicly. But yes, just to agree with Feroz, it's about getting the right balance between the two.
Okay, thanks a lot for that reiteration there, Rowan. And having touched a bit on reporting, and I think there are some really big bones to chew on when it comes to the points that have been presented. I just want to give Linda about 3 to 5 minutes, give an opportunity to just, from her point of view, what is she gleaning out of the discussions that we've had in the last hour? Linda, you have the floor.
Thanks very much, Lisa. Yeah, I think the key messages that really have come out for me, listening to our colleagues across the different businesses that we have with us today. The first one is the issue around change. I think almost consistently across the panel, this issue around change, the changing landscape, the fact that we're seeing change at an unprecedented rate. And this is creating risk, business risk, it's creating risk to the economy, societal risk, environmental risk, it's creating vulnerability. The question is then, how do we respond to that? How do we produce resilient businesses? How do we produce a resilient South African economy? And there, a number of the speakers spoke about being accountable to stakeholders, being accountable to the public, how, developing a level of agility in terms of responding to that, and really importantly, integrating this response, this end goal of where we want to get to as a business, of where we want to get to as a country, integrating that to the heart of the strategy. This is no more about marketing, it's no more around greenwashing. If we don't make these changes, it has very real impacts on business and on the South African economy. And I think certainly we're already feeling that. We're feeling the impact of our energy constraints on the South African economy. We're seeing the water constraints, etc. What happens when we start to see the resource constraints on our economy? So I think then, with that end goal in mind, how do we innovate? How do we build new kinds of businesses? Because absolutely, there are big constraints facing us as we move forward. But as all of the speakers mentioned, there is opportunity in that. It's rethinking our business models. It's rethinking how we get goods and services to consumers. Can we do that in a less resource-intensive way? Can we do it, for example, as product as service, rather than, for example, the traditional business models of trying to sell stuff? I think, we absolutely have to look at this issue of consumption. I think, unfortunately, just so many of our business models are based on consumption. And at the heart of that, that is what is driving all of our big environmental issues. The Global Resources Outlook speaks about the fact that 50% of our climate impacts, 90% of our water stress, 90% of our biodiversity loss comes from resource extraction and processing. And we're doing that to make and sell more stuff. So I think in response to that, the question then becomes, acceptance. How do we accept this change into our business models, into our policy landscape? Very often when we sit in environments like this, I feel like we're talking to the converted. We're all talking the same language, but we really do need to now filter that out into the broader mindset within business, within the public. The second issue is around scale. There is so much great stuff already happening across businesses, but we haven't achieved the scale yet that we actually need for impact and change. How do we develop the level of agility to test ideas, to pilot ideas, to make changes, and then to fast track the implementation of those pilot projects to achieve scale? The third issue is around time. Given the changing landscape, we don't have the luxury of time anymore. We need to be making these changes now if we want to achieve the commitments that we've made and to address these big global threats in terms of climate, in terms of resource availability. So I think those were really the main issues for me. But I think that while there are absolutely constraints and challenges, there are certainly opportunities. And I forget who mentioned it, but I think it is those businesses that recognize the opportunity, who are agile and who change the way that they do things to accommodate that end goal in mind, that vision of where we want to get to. How do we feed 9 billion people? How do we achieve the SDGs, etc.? It's those businesses that will thrive. And we're seeing incredible businesses emerge in the local and international landscape with completely new, different business models. Young entrepreneurs who are embracing so many of these ideas around the circular economy. So I think absolutely an incredibly exciting time to be in. Thanks.
I'm not sure where Kalisa has got to. He seems to have disappeared. Oh.
In the absence of our moderator then, perhaps I need to stand in as host for the last few seconds. I think we have reached the end of our time. So in Kolisa's absence, let me just do a very big thank you to all of our panelists that have joined us this afternoon. I think it's been an incredibly rich session, and I know certainly from my side, I could talk about this all day and to hear the great comments and the great experience across our different businesses. So thank you very much to all of our panelists and for our hosts as well in terms of being able to participate in this event. Lisa has joined us. So Lisa, I was just thanking our panelists in your absence, but I'll give you the closing words. Thank you.
No, I'm really happy of the time our panelists have spent to explore this discussion, as well as the insights, that have been shared. I guess Linda was saying we tend to speak to the converted, and we all believe, as this panel, that one of the biggest heritage we can bestow on our kids is actually the very same earth, that we live in. And we will be engaging with you continuously, on this subject to understand. This is more selfish from the CSIR side as well, to understand how should we be directing our research, our innovation, development of systems and tools for different sectors, etc., in order to support this transition towards more sustainable business. Having mentioned the word heritage, again, I would like to thank you all and wish you a very pleasant Heritage Day tomorrow, and you enjoy the long weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's great to participate.
Always good insights from you, John.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye,
Thank you.
everybody. Thank
Thanks
you.
very much.
Bye.
Yeah.
Apologies there, my microphone was off, so you couldn't hear me. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the Sustainability Summit for 2021. It has been great, it's been complex, we've contradicted ourselves on so many levels, but still super happy that we got to the crux of the matter without fear of judgment, without fear of being biased to a certain degree, and also tackling the facts and holding certain agencies accountable. So thank you very much. The summit would not be possible without your participation as the delegate. We hope to meet same time, same place next year. Please continue to post your last or final thoughts and comments. Even recommendations are more than welcome on SAS Week 21 on all our social media platforms. And if you want to send videos, hey, please do. Thank you very much for all of you who visited our virtual exhibition. And the prizes are still there. Winners will be announced in the week. So we just need to adjudicate and check who visited, how frequently, and so forth. So Cape Media will be in touch with you in that regard. And last but not least, let us thank our sponsors who made this event and the summit possible, particularly Syngenta, Sunrail, CSIR, PPC Africa, Vinolia, and all the others. We advertised you behind my head. My poor blonde hair was just flustered with all these logos. So even if I don't mention all of you, just know that we still are honored. Please do so next year. Mazweli, we are coming after you with all these projects. So to join us. And once again, let me say the sky is not the limit. It is only the starting point. Do take care. Thank you.